Close your eyes and allow the heavy, quiet darkness of your room to settle around you. Notice how the darkness acts as an immediate physical boundary, cutting you off from the loud, demanding rush of the waking world. You are lying entirely still. The titles you wore today, the tasks you frantically chased, the unread messages, the fragile reputation you fought so hard to defend, all of it has been left outside the door. You are entirely alone with your own mind. For many, this sudden isolation in the dark is terrifying. You might feel a heavy, suffocating pressure resting on your chest. You might feel a profound sense of unfairness, a bitter realization that the rules of your life seem to have changed without your permission. You are trapped in the quiet, exiled from your own peace, pacing the invisible floors of your anxiety. Say over 1,000 years ago, a man named Boethius sat in a darkness, much like yours, but infinitely colder. He was a man of staggering wealth, immense political power, and towering intellect. He had everything a human being could possibly desire in the temporal world. And then, in the blink of an eye, the decree of the world turned against him. He was stripped of his titles, robbed of his wealth, separated from his family, and thrown into a tiny freezing prison cell in Pavia to await his own execution. He sat in the absolute, crushing dark, stripped of every single earthly comfort, feeling the exact same burning injustice and agonizing insomnia that plagues your mind. Tonight, he thought he had lost everything, but in that absolute stripping away, in that terrifying empty cell, the God-given light of pure wisdom visited him. He realized, through the profound mercy of the Creator, that the cell was not a tomb, it was a crucible. The darkness was not meant to destroy him, it was meant to wake him up. You are in your own cell tonight. The darkness surrounding your bed is not a punishment. It is a sacred, necessary stripping away of the world's illusions, a quiet space intentionally designed for you to finally hear the truth. Let the heavy, ancient wisdom of the prison cell wash over you. The world has quieted down, not to abandon you, but to allow you to finally understand the mechanics of your own suffering and to find the eternal cure. The motion sickness of the soul. We have acknowledged the darkness of your room. We have acknowledged the heavy, breathless feeling of anxiety that sits upon your chest. The sensation that your reality is spinning entirely out of control. Now, we must understand the exact, precise mechanics of this suffering. We must understand why the shifting circumstances of your daily life have the power to completely shatter your rest. You are lying, physically still upon your mattress, yet internally you are suffering from a profound, exhausting vertigo. You are dizzy. You are dizzy with the frantic events of the day, dizzy with the unpredictable rise and fall of your wealth, dizzy with the shifting, unreliable opinions of other people. Boethius, writing from the absolute depths of his own earthly ruin, diagnosed this exact condition with a brilliant precision. He realized that the human heart does not become sick because of what is happening to it, and it becomes sick because of where it has placed its ultimate trust. He called this profound illness the sickness of attachment to the wheel of fortune. Imagine, in the dark theater of your mind, a massive towering wooden wheel, taller than the sky itself, spinning ceaselessly in the center of the temporal universe. This wheel represents the nature of the created world. On the outermost rim of this wheel are all the passing things you crave: money, power, reputation, health, and worldly success. When you were born into this life, Your ego reached out and grabbed tightly onto that rim. And for a while, the wheel carried you upward. You felt the warm wind in your face. You felt the intoxicating thrill of the ascent. You looked around at your worldly comforts and thought, this is it. I have arrived. I am stable. But you forgot the fundamental, undeniable definition of a wheel. A wheel does not stop. The very moment a wheel stops turning, it ceases to be a wheel. The exact same motion that carried you upward to the sun must, by the unbending laws of physics and the flawless decree of the Creator, eventually carry you downward into the shadows. The summer must yield to the winter. The day must surrender to the night. The loud praise of the crowd must eventually become absolute silence. Your insomnia tonight is caused by a fundamental, exhausting error in navigation. You are trying to build a permanent, unshakable home on a moving rim. You are trying to nail your profound need for peace to a rapidly spinning object, and because the object is moving and you are gripping it so tightly with white knuckles, or you are being dragged through the dirt. You are exhausted because you are fighting the inevitable, natural rotation of the world. You are screaming at the winter for being cold. You are violently arguing with the night for being dark. You have temporarily forgotten your true nature. You have forgotten that you are a spirit, a consciousness breathed into existence by the eternal. A spirit does not belong on the spinning rim of the temporal wheel. A spirit belongs entirely at the center. The center of the wheel is the hub. It is the axis. It is the will of the one Creator. The center is the only place in the entire mechanism that absolutely does not move. When you move your heart away from the one and attach your deepest hopes to the many fleeting things of the world, you willingly subject yourself to the violence of motion. This is the motion sickness of your soul. You are likely lying there, right now, replaying a loss in your mind. Perhaps you lost an opportunity, perhaps a plan. Crumble, you feel this loss. Like a phantom limb, a sharp, aching pain where something used to be. The wisdom of the quiet night would gently ask you, why are you weeping? Did you actually, truly own those things? This is the cold, clear, awakening water of absolute truth. You own nothing. You entered this physical world entirely empty-handed, and you will leave it entirely empty-handed. The things you think you lost today were never yours to begin with. They were loans. They were temporary, borrowed items from the infinite treasury of the Creator. He lent you the opportunity for a season. He lent you the health for a season. He lent you the comfort for a season. And now, that the true owner has simply recalled what belongs entirely to him. To weep with bitter anxiety over the return of a loan is to misunderstand the fundamental contract of your existence. It is to behave like a foolish, exhausted tenant who has convinced himself that he owns the architect's entire building. You are awake tonight because you are grieving a theft that absolutely never happened. Nothing was stolen from you, it was simply moved. The Creator gives with one hand and takes with the other, and both hands are governed by a profound, encompassing, and infinite mercy. The giving was a beautiful test of your gratitude, and the taking is a profound, necessary test of your trust. The universe makes absolutely no mistakes. The one who spins the wheel does not sleep, nor does he err. Every single millimeter of the wheel's rotation is calculated with a majestic precision that your limited, anxious mind cannot possibly comprehend. the descent that feels like a cruel punishment, tonight is actually a profound divine protection. Perhaps the comfort was removed because it was beginning to corrupt your heart. Perhaps the plan was halted because it was leading you away from the truth. Perhaps this very sleeplessness is here because if you were easily asleep, you would not be quietly seeking the source in the dark. The sickness you feel, the spiritual motion sickness, is actually a beautiful, comforting sign. It is the ultimate proof that your system is working perfectly. It proves that you were not made for this spinning world. If you were truly made for the chaotic rim of the wheel, you would not get dizzy. You would love the chaotic spin, but you hate the spin. You deeply, desperately crave the stillness. And that craving is your absolute proof that you belong to the One. The cure for your insomnia is not to somehow stop the massive wheel of the world. You cannot stop the economy. You cannot stop the passage of time. The cure requires a radical, immediate shift in your spiritual gravity. You must let go of the ram. When you finally consciously release your tight burning grip on your worldly anxieties, you will begin to slide. You will gently slide down the quiet spokes of the wheel. You will slide away from the drama, away from the demanding noise, away from the blurring, terrifying speed of the outer world. You will slide softly and beautifully toward the center. The One does not move. He is the unmoved anchor of reality. When you rest your heavy, exhausted awareness, at the center you can watch the rim of the world spin all around you, but you are no longer dizzy. You can see the fortunes of the world rise and fall, but you are no longer impoverished. You are fixed in the permanent, unchanging, majestic reality of the Creator. Let this be the goal of your rest tonight. Lie perfectly still. Feel the heavy, supportive weight of the bed beneath you. It is a tiny island of stability in a spinning world. Accept that the world is moving, but completely refuse to join the motion. Let the world spin outside your window. Let the news cycle spin. Let the anxiety spin into nothingness. You are migrating inward. You are moving toward the absolute silence. You are moving toward the One who holds the entire wheel perfectly in the palm of his hand. Let go of the rim. Just sink into the center and simply breathe. The wheel of fortune, understanding mutability. Listen to the heavy, unbroken silence of the room that surrounds you right now. Notice how incredibly still the physical space actually is. The walls enclosing you are not moving. The floor beneath you is firmly deeply rooted in the architecture of the building, which in turn is anchored to the ancient, unmoving bedrock of the earth. Your bed is a quiet, stable and perfectly safe harbor in the absolute dark. Yet inside your mind, a violent, chaotic storm is raging without pause. You are lying physically awake, staring into the unseen shadows of your ceiling, because you feel a profound, agonizing sense of betrayal. You feel deep within the marrow of your exhausted bones that life has somehow broken a sacred promise to you. Things were good, things were stable, things were predictable, and then suddenly and without warning, the ground violently shifted beneath your feet. A circumstance in your waking life changed. A vital source of income dried up or was threatened. A person you trusted altered their opinion of you. A plan you meticulously, carefully crafted over months or years simply crumbled into weightless dust in the span of a single afternoon. You are lying here, your heart hammering a frantic rhythm against your ribs, demanding a rational explanation from the silent dark. You are asking with a deep, burning indignation. Why did this happen? Why did it change? Why couldn't it just stay exactly the way it was? The profound wisdom of Boethius brought to him in the freezing, absolute darkness of his prison cell and rooted entirely in the unshakable reality of the one Creator, offers an answer. So simple, so elegant, and so piercingly true that it has the power to shatter the very foundation of your midnight anxiety. He will lean in close in the quiet theater of your mind and gently tell you that you are weeping, because you fundamentally, tragically misunderstand the nature of the temporal realm in which you currently live. You are demanding absolute permanence from a world that was intentionally, perfectly created entirely out of impermanence. You are acting exactly like a man who intentionally walks out into a torrential downpour, stands beneath the heavy falling rain, and then weeps with bitter, exhausted indignation because his clothes are getting wet. You have forgotten the fundamental nature of the wheel. Imagine it again, standing massive and silent in the center of the cosmos, the great turning wheel of worldly circumstances. When this massive structure was carrying you upward, when your bank account was full and overflowing, when your physical health was robust and unquestioned, and when your peers praised your name. In the public square, you absolutely did not complain. You did not look up at the vast, sweeping heavens and ask, "Why is this happening to me? Why am I so fortunate?" You happily, eagerly accepted the ascent. You gripped the rough wooden rim of the wheel with both hands, and you quietly, secretly convinced yourself that the upward trajectory was a permanent, unchangeable state of affairs. You convinced your fragile ego that the warm sunshine was your exclusive, eternal property, and that the golden summer of your life would never ever yield to the frost. But the supreme creator of the heavens and the earth, the architect of all space and time, did not design the material world to be a static, unchanging museum. He did not paint a beautiful picture and freeze it in place. He designed the universe as a dynamic, breathing, turning wheel. Mutability, the constant, unavoidable, relentless shifting of conditions, is the very metabolism of the earthly realm. It is the heartbeat of time. The bright, blinding day must inevitably yield to the dark, quiet night. The high, rushing tide must, by the unbending laws of the moon and the sea, eventually recede, leaving the wet sand bare and exposed. The vibrant green leaf must turn brittle and brown, detached from the safety of its branch, and fall silently to the damp earth. This constant shifting is not a malfunction of the universe. It is not a glitch in the grand design. It is the flawless, intentional, and majestic design of the master architect, the one who fashioned the cosmos, wove the thread of change into the very fabric of everything that is not himself. Absolutely everything that is created must change. Only the Creator remains exactly as he is. Your agonizing insomnia. Tonight is nothing more than your ego's violent, exhausting, and completely futile refusal to accept this fundamental design. You are trying to fight the turning of the wheel with your bare, trembling hands. You are clinging desperately to a specific, localized moment in time, demanding that the massive cosmic wheel stop its relentless spinning, just so you can remain comfortable, or just so your fragile plans can remain undisturbed, but to demand that the temporal world stop changing is to demand that it become eternal. And there is only one who is eternal. There is only one who does not change, who does not sleep, who does not age, and who is not subject to the shifting, unpredictable winds of earthly fortune. By expecting perfect, lasting stability from your job, your wealth, your relationships, or your worldly status, you are quietly, secretly committing a profound error in judgment. You are asking created, fragile things to grant you the ultimate, indestructible security that belongs exclusively to the Creator. You are asking the blowing wind to act as a foundation of solid rock. You are asking the shifting shadows to provide you with a permanent source of blinding light. And this is the exact reason why your heart is so deeply restless tonight. This is the root cause of the tension that wraps around your neck and shoulders like a heavy iron chain. This is why you cannot close your eyes and sink into the dark. You have leaned the entire crushing weight of your psychological survival against a wall, made entirely of passing vapor, and you are shocked, terrified, and breathless as you find yourself falling through it. Boethius reminds us, from the quiet clarity of his complete worldly ruin, that the shifting of circumstances is never a cruel trick. It is a profound, necessary, and deeply merciful education. When the wheel inevitably turns downward, when you experience financial loss, the sting of social rejection, the agonizing delay of your deeply held desires, or the bitter taste of worldly disappointment, so the universe is absolutely not punishing you. The sovereign Lord of all the worlds is simply revealing the raw, unvarnished truth to you. He is showing you with a harsh but infinitely loving clarity that the things you relied upon so heavily were never solid to begin with. The downward turn of the wheel is specifically designed to break your terrifying, exhausting addiction to the rim. It is a divine intervention designed to pry your tight, desperate fingers away from the false idols of worldly security. If the wheel only ever carried you upward, if your life was a constant, unbroken string of effortless successes and accumulating wealth, you would eventually fall completely asleep to the truth of your own existence. You would fall in love with the hotel room of this temporal world, and you would completely forget that you are merely a traveler, a brief, beautiful spark of consciousness journeying toward an eternal home. The roughness of the ride is the very thing that shakes you awake. The loss of your worldly footing is the exact mechanism that forces you to look away from the spinning perimeter and search for the quiet, unmoving center. Think about the sheer, exhausting arrogance of your anxiety in this moment. You are lying awake, punishing your own body because your tiny, limited plans were interrupted. But who told you that you were the master of time? Who promised you in any binding contract that the favorable conditions of yesterday would remain perfectly, flawlessly intact for tomorrow morning? Then the unwritten contract you accepted the very moment you drew your first breath in this physical world explicitly included the unalterable clause of mutability. Change is the rule, not the exception. The seasons do not ask for your permission to turn, and the circumstances of your life do not require your approval to shift. When you finally truly accept this, when you deeply internalize in the very core of your being that the world is meant to spin and that you cannot stop it, a massive crushing burden is instantly and miraculously lifted from your chest. You do not have to hold the world. Till tonight, you do not have to exhaust your vital, God-given energy trying to freeze time in its tracks. Let the heavy wheel turn. Let the circumstances change. Let the seasons shift. It is absolutely none of your business to govern the rotation of the earth, the fluctuating fortunes of the global marketplace, or the unpredictable thoughts in the minds of other human beings. To fall asleep tonight to find the deep, restorative, and heavy peace that your body so desperately craves, you must actively, consciously surrender to the mutability of the world. You must consciously unclench your jaw, which has been locked in a rigid posture of defense for hours. You must loosen the tight, white-knuckled grip of your hands. You must say to the quiet darkness of your room and to the racing thoughts in your own mind, I accept the turning of the wheel. I do not demand that the world stay exactly the same. I completely, unreservedly release my grip on the rim. Feel the profound, physical translation of this surrender moving through your body right now. As you consciously decide to stop fighting the spin of the world, notice how the nauseating dizziness in your mind immediately begins to slow. The frantic blurring speed of your anxious thoughts starts to lose its suffocating power over you. You are no longer being violently dragged through the mud of your own impossible expectations. You are letting go, and as you let go, you begin to beautifully, peacefully slide. You are sliding down the long, quiet spokes of the cosmic wheel. You are migrating away from the loud, chaotic, rapidly shifting edge of your daily life. You are moving away from the noisy marketplace, away from the demanding screens, away from the opinions of your peers, and moving closer and closer to the deep, silent, unchanging axis of the Creator's absolute will. Here, closer to the center, the violent movement of the outer world cannot reach you. The storms of economic uncertainty may rage. On the surface, the wheel of worldly fortune may spin violently in the howling winds of time, but you are resting safely in the profound, untouched sanctuary of the unmoved mover. You are anchored entirely to the eternal. Let the physical world be exactly what it is: fleeting, fragile, deeply unpredictable, and constantly changing. Do not ask it to be God. Do not ask it to be your ultimate savior. Let it shift, let it crumble, let it rebuild itself in the morning light, and let yourself be exactly what you are. In this precise, quiet moment, a tired, beautifully fragile servant, completely safe in the dark, completely unburdened from the impossible task of managing the universe, and finally, deeply ready to rest in the unchanging, eternal peace of the One. Your heavy eyelids are the final testament to this surrender. As they close, they shut out the shifting, changing, visual world of mutability, plunging you into the uniform, constant and healing darkness. The wheel continues to turn out there in the vast expanse of the cosmos, but in here, in the quiet center of your own soul, there is only stillness. There is only the slow, rhythmic rising and falling of your chest, mirroring the ancient, unhurried breath of the universe itself. Yield to that slow rhythm. Yield to the heavy, comforting pull of the mattress. Surrender your desperate need for worldly permanence and let the infinite, unchanging reality of the Creator carry you softly and effortlessly into a deep, dreamless sleep, the loan of life. Bring your quiet, heavy awareness back to the physical sensation of your body resting in the dark. Notice the exact points where your physical form meets the surface of your bed. Feel the soft, woven fabric of the blankets resting across your chest, and the firm, supportive structure of the mattress beneath your spine. As you lie there, perfectly still, bring your attention to your hands. How are they resting? Are your fingers slightly curled inward, subconsciously gripping the edge of the blanket or holding tightly to empty space? This subtle, almost imperceptible physical tension. In your hands is a direct, bodily reflection of the profound, spiritual tension keeping you awake tonight. You are lying in the dark, absolutely exhausted because your mind is locked in a desperate, unending struggle to hold on to things. You are consumed by the fear of losing what you possess, or you are agonizing over something you believe has already been taken from you. You are staring into the quiet shadows of your room, and your ego, the anxious, terrified false self, is fiercely cataloging your worldly inventory. It is counting your money, evaluating your social standing, measuring your influence, and desperately guarding your carefully constructed plans for the future. When a single piece of this inventory is threatened, when a financial loss occurs, when a relationship fractures, or when an opportunity vanishes, your chest tightens with a suffocating, breathless panic. You feel a deep, burning sense of violation. You feel as though you have been robbed in the night. You are awake because you are standing guard over the vault of your life, terrified that the universe is going to break in and steal what rightfully belongs to you. But the wise seeker, Boethius, sitting in the absolute freezing darkness of his ancient prison cell, offers you a truth so profound and so completely liberating that it will shatter the heavy iron doors of your anxiety. Before his exile, he was a man of staggering, incomprehensible wealth. He possessed sprawling, magnificent estates, libraries filled with the greatest knowledge of the ancient world, chests overflowing with gold, and the highest, most prestigious titles the empire could bestow. And then in a single, devastating turn of the wheel, it was all stripped away. He was left with nothing but the clothes on his back and the cold stone of his cell. In the beginning, he wept bitterly. He raged against the profound injustice of his loss. He mourned his stolen wealth, his stolen status, and his stolen future. But then, the quiet, piercing light of ultimate truth entered his cell, and he realized a magnificent, earth-shattering reality. You cannot lose what you never actually owned. The agonizing pain of your loss. Tonight, the terrifying insomnia that grips your chest is based entirely upon a tragic, deeply ingrained illusion. It is the illusion of ownership. Your ego has attached the word mine to the passing temporary fragments of the material world. My house, my job, my wealth, my reputation, my future. You have drawn a heavy defensive circle around these fragile, temporary things, and you have declared yourself their absolute sovereign and eternal owner. But this declaration is a fiction. It is a story you have told yourself so many times that you have entirely forgotten the fundamental terms of your own existence. Think back to the very moment you entered this vast physical world. You arrived entirely naked, entirely vulnerable, and completely empty-handed. You did not bring a single coin, a single title, or a single worldly possession with you across the threshold of existence. And when the natural, inevitable time comes for you to depart this physical realm, you will leave exactly as you arrived, completely, beautifully empty-handed. Not a single grain of sand, not a single drop of water, and not a single piece of gold can pass through the final door with you. Therefore, everything that is placed into your hands between the moment of your birth and the moment of your departure is absolutely not your property. It is a loan. Every single thing you think you own is merely a temporary borrowed item from the infinite, overflowing treasury of the one Creator. The wealth in your bank account is not yours. It is a temporary allocation of resources granted to you by the Sustainer of all things. The job you hold is not your property. It is a temporary role assigned to you in the grand, unfolding theater of time. your physical health, the very breath, moving effortlessly through your lungs. Right now is a momentary, continuous loan from the source of all life. You are not the master of the estate. You are not the landlord. You are merely a beautifully fragile, temporary tenant, walking for a brief season through a universe that belongs entirely, exclusively, and forever to the Supreme Architect. When you finally truly internalize this massive philosophical shift, the heavy, suffocating weight of your worldly anxiety simply evaporates into the quiet night. You are lying awake, suffering from the profound exhaustion of a man trying to aggressively defend a house he does not even own. Imagine the sheer, breathtaking physical relief of finally realizing that you are not the landlord. You do not have to carry the crushing, impossible burden of infinite possession. You do not have to stand guard at the vault, because the vault does not belong to you, and the treasures inside are perfectly managed by the one who created them. When the universe removes something from your life, when a job ends, and when a financial setback occurs, or when a period of comfort suddenly dissolves, it is absolutely not a theft. The cosmos is not robbing you. The true owner is simply recalling his loan. He gave it to you for a specific, measured season, to serve a specific, unseen purpose in the profound development of your soul. And now, that season has perfectly and naturally concluded. To weep with bitter, exhausted anger over the return of a borrowed item is to profoundly misunderstand the graciousness of the lender. Instead of lying in the dark, tearing yourself apart over what has been taken away, Boethius invites you to completely reverse the gravity of your mind. Shift your heavy, tired awareness away from the pain of the return and move it toward profound, quiet gratitude for the loan itself. If the Creator lent you a beautiful season of prosperity, why are you cursing the dark? When the season ends, instead of whispering a quiet, beautiful thank you for the days you were allowed to enjoy the sun, the fact that you had it at all, even for a fleeting moment, was an act of pure, unmerited grace. The ego focuses entirely on the empty space left behind. The surrendered soul focuses entirely on the magnificent generosity of the one who filled the space to begin with. This realization is the absolute, ultimate cure for the specific insomnia that plagues you tonight. Your sleeplessness is the heavy, agonizing toll of false ownership. The false self, the ego, is utterly terrified of losing its possessions because it has tragically confused what it has with what it is. It believes that if it loses its worldly titles, its money, or its social standing, it will somehow cease to exist. But your true essence, the quiet, breathing consciousness resting in this bed, right now is not made of gold or paper or the fleeting opinions of other human beings. Your true essence is an eternal spark, breathed into existence by the source, and it remains absolutely, flawlessly, perfectly intact, regardless of what the material world gives or takes away. You can lose absolutely everything on the spinning rim of the wheel. You can be stripped bare by the shifting winds of temporal fortune, and your core, essential self, will not be diminished by a single microscopic fraction. You are whole, you are complete, you are intimately, permanently connected to the Creator, and that connection is the only true possession you will ever have, and the only one that can never, ever be recalled. So let it go. Let it all go in the profound, welcoming safety of the dark. Actively, consciously begin the physical process of returning the loans. Right now, Bring your awareness back to your hands resting on the bed. If your fingers are curled, slowly, deliberately open them. Stretch your fingers out into the empty air and let your palms face upward toward the dark ceiling. This is the physical posture of a soul that has completely surrendered the illusion of ownership. Say quietly to the racing, demanding thoughts in your mind, I own nothing, I am clinging to nothing, I return the heavy burden of possession back to the master of all things. As you open your hands, feel the heavy rusted chains of your material anxieties detaching from your wrists. The stress of your finances, let it fall away, returning it to the treasury of the unseen. The anxiety over your career, trajectory, let it slip from your open palms, returning it to the grand, unfathomable planning of the universe. The desperate, suffocating need to maintain your social image. Release it into the vast, unbothered quiet of the night. You are emptying your pockets. You are laying down the heavy, burdensome luggage. You have been dragging up the mountain of your life all day. Feel the astonishing, rushing lightness that instantly floods your physical body as you drop these illusions. Without the crushing weight of your worldly possessions anchoring your mind. To the chaotic, waking world, your physical form begins to sink deeper and heavier into the mattress, while your spirit begins to beautifully, peacefully float. Your shoulders, which have ached for hours under the imaginary weight of your earthly empire, finally collapse in profound, true relief. The tight, defensive bracing of your chest softens entirely. You are no longer a frantic card. You are no longer a desperate owner. You are simply a quiet, beautifully empty vessel resting perfectly in the unmatched care of the universe. The dark room around you is a sacred, silent space where the heavy rules of the material world absolutely do not apply. In this room, your bank account does not exist. Your resume does not exist. The things you lost yesterday and the things you hope to gain tomorrow are completely, beautifully irrelevant. There is only this breath. There is only this stillness. There is only the absolute, comforting reality that you are held securely by the one who owns the stars, the oceans, and the very beating of your heart. Let the profound, majestic peace of this realization wash over your overactive mind like a heavy, cooling wave. You have nothing to protect tonight. You have absolutely nothing to lose because you never owned anything to begin with. You are beautifully, perfectly free. Sink completely into the soft, welcoming gravity of this ultimate freedom. Let the heavy, physical darkness of the room mirror the quiet, unburdened emptiness of your own open hands. Yield entirely to the present moment, completely devoid of ownership, completely devoid of fear. And let the gentle, massive, irresistible tide of the universe carry you softly and deeply into a heavy, dreamless sleep, the anxiety of wealth. Bring your attention gently and without judgment back to the heavy, velvet darkness that completely surrounds your resting body. Notice how the darkness acts as a profound, impartial equalizer. In this absolute quiet, the physical room you inhabit could be a magnificent, towering palace of marble. Or it could be the simplest, most humble wooden room on the face of the earth. The darkness does not care. The night absolutely does not distinguish between the two. When the lights are extinguished and the world is plunged into the shadows, the wealthy man and the poor man are reduced to the exact same fundamental biological reality. They are simply tired, fragile, breathing bodies desperately in need of rest. Yet as you lie here, perfectly still, your mind is fiercely resisting this beautiful equalizing peace. You are awake because your ego, the anxious, terrified false self, has dragged a heavy, immersive desk into the center of your quiet sanctuary. You are sitting at that imaginary desk in the dark, trapped in a frantic, exhausting counting house of your own creation. You are endlessly, relentlessly calculating your finances. You are tallying your earthly wealth, projecting your income, analyzing your debts, and trying desperately to solve the complex, shifting equations of your material future. Your chest is tight, your breathing is shallow, and your jaw is locked in a rigid posture of absolute defense because you believe, deep in the marrow of your exhausted bones, that your ultimate safety depends entirely upon solving these numbers before the sun rises. You are suffering from the heavy, agonizing burden of a false good. You have been sold a magnificent, glittering lie by the waking world, and you're currently paying for that lie with your peace, your vital energy, and your sleep. The wise seeker Boethius, riding from the absolute, freezing deprivation of his tiny prison cell, understood the terrifying, toxic nature of this specific lie better than anyone in the ancient world. Before his catastrophic fall from grace, he possessed wealth that would stagger the modern imagination. He had vast estates, chests overflowing with gold, and the power to buy any comfort, any security, and any pleasure the temporal world could possibly offer. He lived at the very peak of the mountain of earthly riches. But in the quiet, piercing clarity of his exile, stripped of every single coin, he realized the profound, earth-shattering truth: wealth never ever delivers the peace it promises. In fact, it does the exact, terrifying opposite. And he realized that earthly wealth is the ultimate false good because it masquerades as a fortress, when in reality it is a prison. You spend your days frantically chasing money, convinced that if you can just accumulate enough of it, if you can just reach a specific magical number in your bank account, you will finally, permanently be safe from the unpredictable storms of life. You believe that wealth will buy you independence, that it will build out an impenetrable wall between your fragile heart and the suffering of the world. But Boethius observed that the more a man accumulates, the more terrified he becomes. Think about the profound, exhausting irony of your financial anxiety tonight. When you have nothing, you fear only hunger. But when you accumulate wealth, your fears multiply exponentially. You begin to fear the thief in the night. You fear the sudden, unpredictable collapse of the markets. You fear the shifting winds of the economy, the devaluation of your currency, and the hidden motives of the people around you. You build higher walls, you buy heavier locks, and you hire guards to stand outside your vault. But who is actually the prisoner? You are trapped inside the fortress of your own making, constantly pacing the walls, terrified that your carefully accumulated pile of dust will be blown away by the wind. This is why you cannot sleep. You are awake because your mind is desperately trying to stand guard over the pile of temporal treasure that is inherently, beautifully, and terrifyingly vulnerable. Boethius identified that the human thirst for wealth is exactly like drinking salt water to cure a desperate thirst. The more you drink, and the more violently dehydrated you become. The ego's desire for material accumulation is a bottomless, unfillable abyss. You tell yourself, if I just get this next promotion, if I just secure this one final contract, I will finally relax. but the goalpost always inevitably moves. The moment you reach the number, the false self immediately generates a new higher number, whispering that the previous amount is no longer enough to guarantee your survival. It is an exhausting, completely unwinnable game, designed by the illusions of the temporal world to keep you perpetually running on a treadmill of profound anxiety. The reason this game can never be won is deeply, wonderfully spiritual. The supreme creator of the heavens and the earth did not design your eternal, magnificent soul to be satisfied by abstract numbers on a glowing screen, or by cold, lifeless pieces of metal. You are a being breathed into existence by the infinite, and therefore you possess a massive, infinite capacity for desire. When you try to fill an infinite, God-sized space in your heart with finite, limited earthly things, you will always constantly and agonizingly come up empty. You are trying to fill the Grand Canyon with a single handful of sand, and you are lying awake crying, because the canyon is still terrifyingly empty. You must realize, in the deep, non-judgmental quiet of this room, that your true security absolutely does not come from your bank account. Your bank account is subject to the ruthless, changing winds of the wheel of fortune. It can be wiped out by a single unforeseen global event. It can be slowly drained by the natural decay of time. If you anchor the heavy ship of your inner peace to something as fragile and unpredictable as the global economy, you will be violently tossed about by every single wave, and you will never ever find a quiet harbor in which to rest your head, to find the deep, heavy, restorative sleep. Your body is screaming for tonight. You must radically, completely shift your reliance away from the false provider and return it entirely to the true provider. Consider the magnificent, quiet, unfolding order of the natural world outside your window. Deep in the unseen forests, millions of creatures are sleeping, perfectly, peacefully, in the dark. The birds of the air do not frantically check their stock portfolios before they close their eyes. The ancient, towering trees do not anxiously calculate their water reserves for the coming decade. They do not sow, they do not reap, and they do not hoard their resources in heavy iron vaults. They exist in a state of absolute, profound, unshakable trust. They are sustained flawlessly and continuously by the unseen infinite providence of the one who created them, the exact same supreme source that flawlessly feeds the sparrow. In the winter snow, it's the exact same source that sustains your life, breath by breath, heartbeat by heartbeat, in this very room. Your ego believes that you are the provider. Your false self has convinced you that your frantic worrying, your endless midnight calculations, and your desperate hoarding of resources are the very things keeping you alive. But this is the ultimate arrogance of the anxious mind. You do not beat your own heart. You do not consciously instruct your lungs to draw oxygen from the air. You do not spin the earth on its axis to bring the warming sun tomorrow morning. You are entirely, beautifully, and perfectly dependent upon a power far greater, far older, and infinitely wiser than your own calculating intellect. When you truly, deeply internalize this reality, the heavy, suffocating anxiety of wealth completely shatters. True wealth is not the accumulation of things. True wealth is a state of the heart. It is the profound, beautiful discipline of contentment. It is the realization that in this exact, specific, quiet moment, you have absolutely everything you need. You have a safe place to rest. You have air in your lungs. You are held by gravity, and you are watched over by the eternal, unsleeping awareness of the master architect. You do not need to be a millionaire to close your eyes. You only need to be a surrendered servant. Actively, consciously begin the physical process of shutting down the counting house in your mind. Imagine that heavy, massive desk in the center of your thoughts. Imagine the large, dusty ledger, book filled with your financial fears, your budgets, and your desperate calculations. Now, with a slow, deliberate, and deeply relieving motion of your mind, reach out and slam the heavy book completely shut. The loud, satisfying thud of the book closing echoes through the quiet library of your mind. Turn the key in the lock of the counting house. The workday is absolutely, unequivocally over. You are officially off duty. Speak to your own racing, terrified mind in the absolute quiet of the dark. Won't tell it, I am not my bank account. My ultimate worth and my ultimate safety are not measured by numbers. I am completely resigning from the exhausting job of trying to financially engineer my own salvation. I leave my provision, my future, and my sustenance entirely in the perfect, capable hands of the one who holds the stars. Feel the profound, physical translation of this surrender as it washes over your tired body right now. Bring your attention to the center of your chest, right where the sharp, burning knot of your financial panic resides. Send a wave of cool, soothing, absolute detachment straight into that knot. Imagine the tight, vibrating strings of your monetary anxiety snapping one by one. As they snap, feel your physical body growing exponentially heavier. You are no longer being held up by the exhausting, then artificial scaffolding of your earthly ambitions, without the crushing weight of the false good, of wealth pulling your mind into the chaotic future. Your true consciousness naturally begins to sink. Your jaw, which has been fiercely grinding with the stress of survival, falls completely slack. The rigid, defensive posture of your spine melts away entirely, allowing your back to sink heavily, deeply, and comfortably into the soft support of the mattress. Your hands, which have been tightly clenched as if trying to hold onto shifting sand, fall completely open by your sides. You are empty-handed, and for the first time in a very long time, you realize that being empty-handed is not a vulnerability, it is the ultimate, magnificent freedom. The dark room around you is completely devoid of commerce. There is nothing to buy here, and there is nothing to sell here, and there is absolutely nothing to protect. There is only the vast, sweeping, awe-inspiring presence of the infinite and the profound, heavy, beautiful silence of a consciousness that has finally entirely yielded to the present moment. You do not need to carry the heavy, rusty coins of your earthly worries into the sacred sanctuary of your sleep. Leave them at the door, let them fall to the floor. They are useless here. Sink completely into the soft, welcoming gravity of your bed, completely devoid of the heavy, dragging chains of material attachment. You are unburdened, you are infinitely provided for, and you are beautifully, peacefully empty, perfectly ready to be carried softly and effortlessly into the deep, restorative currents of sleep. The precipice of power, direct your quiet, exhausted awareness to the heavy muscles at the very base of your neck and to the tight, rigid line of your shoulders. Notice how they are pulled upward, braced unnaturally against the invisible gravity of the room, as if you are physically trying to hold the ceiling from collapsing upon your head. This intense, agonizing physical bracing is not an accident. It is the direct, somatic manifestation of your mind's desperate need for control. You are lying awake in the dark tonight because you are suffering from the crushing, impossible burden of the second false good, the illusion of power. You have spent your entire day, and perhaps your entire adult life, trying to build, maintain, and fiercely defend a tiny, fragile empire of your own making. You are exhausted because your ego, the anxious, that terrified false self, has convinced you that safety can only be found through absolute domination over your circumstances. You believe that if you can just manage the people around you, if you can just dictate the exact outcomes of your project, if you can just force the unpredictable variables of the waking world to bend to your specific rigid will, you will finally find peace. You are awake because you are currently sitting on a heavy, imaginary throne in the center of your mind, wearing a crown made of lead, frantically issuing midnight decrees to a universe that is entirely ignoring you. You are trying to be the sovereign ruler of your tomorrow, and the sheer, breathtaking arrogance of that attempt is tearing your nervous system apart. The wise seeker Boethius, writing from the freezing, absolute powerlessness of his prison cell, understood the terrifying toxic nature of this specific illusion better than any king or emperor of his age. Before his sudden catastrophic fall, he was the magister officiorum, the master of offices. He was the second most powerful human being in the entire Roman Empire. He commanded vast armies of civil servants. He dictated the policies of the state, and with a single, quiet word, he could alter the destinies of thousands of men. He lived at the absolute, dizzying pinnacle of earthly authority. But in the quiet, piercing clarity of his cold cell, stripped of every single title and left entirely at the mercy of his executioners, he realized a magnificent, earth-shattering truth. Earthly power is not a fortress. It is a terrifying, sheer precipice. He realized that what the world calls power is actually the ultimate form of vulnerability. You look at men and women of great worldly authority and you envy their apparent control. You think, if I just had their influence, if I just had their ability to command my environment, I would never feel this anxious again. But Boethius observed that the higher a man climbs on the treacherous mountain of worldly power, the colder the wind becomes, and the more violently he is exposed to the storm. When you seize power, you instantly become a target. You become a target for the envy of others, a target for the shifting, unpredictable winds of the wheel of fortune, and most dangerously, a target for your own consuming paranoia. Think about the profound, exhausting irony of your own desire for control tonight. You seek power over your life to eliminate your fears, but the very act of trying to control everything multiplies your fears exponentially. The powerful man cannot sleep because he must constantly watch his back. He must endlessly calculate the loyalties of his friends and the movements of his enemies. He is exactly like a man sitting upon a magnificent golden throne, but suspended directly above his head. By a single fragile, fraying thread is a heavy, sharpened sword. The false self tells you to look at the gold of the throne. The quiet wisdom of the night tells you to look at the thread. You cannot close your eyes, you cannot sink into the mattress, and you cannot find peace because you are absolutely terrified that if you drop your guard for even a fraction of a second, the thread will snap. This is the exact reason why your mind is racing tonight. You are desperately trying to manage a sphere of influence that is inherently, beautifully, and terrifyingly beyond your capacity to hold. You are a finite, fragile, limited human being, yet you are attempting to wield an attribute that belongs exclusively to the infinite. Absolute sovereignty, perfect control, and the flawless management of all variables belong entirely and only to the one Creator. The supreme architect of the cosmos holds the turning galaxies, the rising tides, and the complex, interlocking destinies of every living creature in the palm of his hand. And he does so without a single ounce of fatigue and without a single moment of slumber. When you, a temporary, breathing consciousness, an attempt to forcefully seize the reins of your own destiny and dictate the exact shape of the universe, you are quietly, secretly committing a profound usurpation. You are trying to sit in a seat that was absolutely never designed to fit your human frame. The heavy, crushing exhaustion in your bones right now is the natural, inevitable result of a finite creature trying to lift an infinite weight. You are not built to carry the burden of omniscience. You are not designed to carry the terrifying responsibility of omnipotence. And the beautiful, merciful, liberating truth of this quiet night is that you absolutely do not have to find the deep, heavy, restorative sleep your body is desperately begging for tonight. You must radically, completely abdicate your false throne. You must willingly, consciously step down from the terrifying precipice of your own need for control. True power, the only power that will ever bring you unshakable peace, is not the mastery over your external circumstances. It is the absolute, quiet mastery over your own ego. It is the profound, beautiful discipline of submission. Consider the magnificent, quiet, unfolding order of the cosmos above the roof of your house. Right now, the planets do not anxiously plot their courses through the dark. The stars do not struggle to exert their dominance over the void. They simply exist, perfectly and flawlessly yielding to the ancient, unbending laws of gravity that were established by the Creator. They are powerful precisely because they are completely surrendered to the will of the One. You must learn to mimic the stars. You must realize in the deep, the non-judgmental quiet of this room that your desperate grasping for control is nothing but a heavy, rusted chain wrapped around your own neck. If you place the entire, complicated, unpredictable unfolding of your future into the hands of the one who actually possesses true power, you are instantly, permanently freed from the agonizing job of management. If the Creator is the sovereign, then you are simply the subject. And the subject is permitted to sleep, precisely because the king is always awake. Actively, consciously begin the physical process of stepping down from your imaginary throne right now. Bring your awareness back to the tight burning muscles of your neck and your shoulders. In the quiet theater of your mind, imagine that you are reaching up and taking hold of the heavy, suffocating, leaden crown of control that you have forced upon your own head all day. With a slow, deliberate, and deeply relieving motion, lift that heavy crown off your head. Let it slip from your trembling fingers. Listen to the loud, echoing, satisfying clang as it hits the stone floor of your mind and rolls away into the dark. Speak to your own racing, terrified mind in the absolute quiet of your room. Tell it, I am not the ruler of the universe. I am not even the ruler of tomorrow. I completely resign my false commission. I surrender my desperate, exhausting need to control the people around me, the outcomes of my efforts, and the shifting winds of my destiny. Feel the profound, rushing, physical translation of this abdication as it washes over your tired body right now. As the heavy crown of power is removed, your neck completely softens. Get the rigid defensive bracing off your shoulders collapses entirely, allowing your upper body to sink heavily, deeply, and comfortably into the soft, welcoming support of your pillows. The tight, pinching muscles around your heart clenched. From the constant paranoia of maintaining your worldly influence physically uncoil. You are no longer a frantic king defending a fragile castle. You are no longer a target standing on a windy, terrifying precipice. You are returning to your natural, beautiful, and perfectly safe state of dependence. You are stepping out of the harsh, glaring spotlight of your own arrogant self-reliance, and you are stepping down into the soft, cool, profound sanctuary of submission. The universe does not need your management tonight. The earth will continue to spin. The economy will continue to turn. And the people in your life will continue to make their own choices completely independent of your midnight anxiety. The dark room around you is a sacred, silent space where your titles, your authority, and your worldly influence are absolutely, beautifully irrelevant. There is nobody to command here. There is absolutely nothing to conquer. There is only the vast, sweeping, awe-inspiring presence of the infinite and the profound, heavy, beautiful silence of a consciousness that has finally entirely yielded its will to the Creator. Sink completely into the soft, welcoming gravity of your bed, completely devoid of the heavy, dragging chains of power and control. You are unburdened. You are infinitely protected by the true sovereign, and you are beautifully, peacefully empty, perfectly ready to be carried softly and effortlessly into the deep restorative currents of sleep, the wind of fame. Draw your heavy, exhausted awareness away from the center of your chest and bring it gently, quietly outward to your ears. Listen to the absolute, unbroken silence of the dark room surrounding you. Notice how the physical world has completely stopped talking to you. The demanding voices of your colleagues have ceased. The chaotic, endless chatter of society has been muted. The relentless, scrolling screens that broadcast the opinions of the masses have been turned off and plunged into the black. In this exact, specific moment of time, you are entirely alone, and no one is looking at you. Yet, despite this profound physical isolation, the inside of your mind is incredibly, deafeningly loud. You are lying awake, staring blindly into the shadows because your mind is echoing with 1,000 invisible voices. You are replaying conversations. You are agonizing over a passing comment, analyzing a perceived slight, and desperately calculating what other people think of you. You are suffering from the crushing, impossible burden of the third false good, the illusion of fame and reputation. You are exhausted because your ego, the anxious, terrified false self, has convinced you that your ultimate worth, your fundamental right to exist and be at peace, must be validated by the crowd. You believe that if you can just be universally liked, if you can just secure a flawless reputation, if you can just manage the exact image that exists in the minds of other human beings, you will finally find an unshakable security. You are lying awake because you are frantically trying to control the wind. The wise seeker, Boethius, writing from the freezing absolute isolation of his prison cell, understood the terrifying toxic nature of this specific illusion better than the most celebrated modern celebrity. Before his sudden catastrophic fall from grace, his name was spoken with absolute reverence throughout the entire civilized world. He was hailed as a genius, a savior of the state, and the absolute pinnacle of human achievement. When he walked through the grand marble streets of Rome, the crowds applauded and cheered. He possessed the highest, most glittering reputation a mortal man could achieve. But in the quiet, piercing clarity of his cold cell, after those exact same crowds had suddenly, violently turned against him, demanding his exile and his death, he realized a magnificent, earth-shattering truth. Human reputation is nothing more than moving air. He realized that what the world calls fame or good standing is the most fragile, weightless, and terrifyingly unstable foundation a human being could ever choose for their peace of mind. When you attach your deep internal security to the opinions of others, you are willingly handing the heavy keys to your own sanctuary over to a mob of deeply flawed, unpredictable, and constantly shifting strangers. You look at the crowd and you beg them to tell you who you are. You think, if they just applaud me, if they just understand my intentions, I will never feel this anxious again. But Boethius observed that the crowd is entirely blind. The crowd does not see your soul. The crowd only sees the carefully constructed, just superficial mask you wear. And the breath of the crowd, their praise and their condemnation can change direction faster than a weather vane in a violent storm. Think about the profound, exhausting irony of your own desperate need for approval tonight. You are seeking perfect, eternal validation from creatures who are just as finite, just as terrified, and just as insecure as you are. You are losing sleep over the judgment of people who are also lying awake in their own beds, agonizing over what you think of them. It is an endless, agonizing hall of mirrors, a game of shadows, where everyone is frantically trying to impress everyone else, and absolutely no one is at peace. The false self tells you that a damaged reputation is the end of the world. Some of the quiet wisdom of the night tells you that a damaged reputation is merely the snapping of a completely imaginary thread. To break the suffocating grip of this anxiety, Boethius invites you to radically, completely zoom out. He asks you to view the fragile, temporary phenomenon of your reputation from the majestic, staggering vantage point of the cosmos. Imagine the earth hanging in the vast, freezing, silent void of space. In the grand, sweeping scale of the universe, the entire planet is nothing but a microscopic, insignificant point of dust. And of that tiny point of dust, only a fraction is inhabited by human beings. And of that tiny fraction, your name, your image, and your reputation are known by only a microscopic handful of people for a microscopic fraction of time. Why then are you allowing your chest to tighten and your heart to race over the opinions of a few temporary creatures, living on a speck of dust in a universe that is billions of light years wide? The sheer, breathtaking insignificance of human fame is the very thing that should set you completely, wonderfully free. The universe does not care if you were praised today. The ancient, turning galaxies do not pause their majestic orbits to gossip about your mistakes. The grand, unfolding order of reality is absolutely unbothered by your social standing. And because the universe does not care about your worldly mask, you are finally given the profound, merciful permission to stop caring about it too. True worth, the only validation that will ever bring you. Unshakable, heavy peace is never conferred by the blind shifting crowd. It is conferred entirely and exclusively by the one Creator, the supreme architect of the cosmos, the one who fashioned your heart in the dark, does not look at your carefully curated resume. He does not read the opinions of your critics, and he is absolutely unimpressed by the applause of your admirers. The source of all existence looks perfectly effortlessly and directly into the deepest, most hidden, most genuine core of your being. When you, a temporary breathing consciousness, attempt to forcefully engineer your own public image and dictate the exact thoughts in the minds of others, you are quietly, secretly committing a profound act of self-torture. You are trying to act as the ultimate judge of your own worth, but you are outsourcing the verdict to a jury that is entirely unqualified to speak. The heavy, crushing exhaustion in your bones right now is the natural, inevitable result of a finite creature trying to perform on a stage that never actually closes. You are not built to carry the burden of constant, perfect public perception. You are not designed to be universally understood. And the beautiful, merciful, liberating truth of this quiet night is that you absolutely do not have to be to find the deep, heavy, restorative sleep. Your body is desperately begging for tonight. You must radically, completely step off the stage. You must willingly, consciously retreat into the profound, beautiful anonymity of the dark. The act of falling asleep is the ultimate biological surrender of your worldly identity. It is the exact defining moment when you stop performing, stop managing your image, and allow yourself to simply be a nameless, formless expression of life resting perfectly in the unmatched care of the universe. Actively, consciously begin the physical process of taking off the mask right now. Bring your awareness to your face. Notice the tiny, exhausted muscles around your eyes, your cheeks, and your mouth. These are the physical tools you have used all day. To smile when you were tired, to project confidence when you were terrified, and to fiercely manage the reputation of your false self. In the quiet theater of your mind, give these muscles the absolute, explicit permission to collapse. With a slow, deliberate, and deeply relieving exhalation, let the heavy, rigid mask of your social identity slip completely off your face. Let it fall away into the shadows of the room. Speak to your own racing, terrified mind in the absolute quiet of your room. Tell it, I am not my reputation, I am not the echo of my name in the mouths of others. I completely resign from the exhausting job of trying to be universally loved and understood. I surrender my desperate, exhausting need for human validation to the perfect, unshakable, and absolute judgment of the one who created me. Feel the profound, rushing, physical translation of this withdrawal as it washes over your tired body right now. As the heavy mask of fame and reputation is removed, the agonizing tension in your forehead completely smooths away. The rigid defensive bracing of your jaw, locked tight against the fear of criticism, falls entirely slack. Your breathing, which has been shallow and frantic with the fear of being seen, deepens into a slow, massive, majestic rhythm. You are no longer a frantic actor trying to remember your lines. You are no longer a target standing in the harsh, glaring spotlight of public opinion. You are returning to your natural, beautiful, and perfectly safe state of profound anonymity. You are stepping out of the loud, demanding, chaotic theater of the ego, and you are stepping down into the soft, cool, profound sanctuary of being entirely unknown by the world, yet perfectly, intimately known by the Creator. The universe does not need your performance tonight. The opinions of others are locked entirely outside the heavy wooden door of this room. The dark room around you is a sacred, silent space where your titles, your reputation, and your social influence are absolutely, beautifully irrelevant. There is nobody here to impress. There is absolutely no one to disappoint. There is only the vast, sweeping, awe-inspiring presence of the infinite and the profound. Heavy, beautiful silence of a consciousness that has finally entirely yielded its need for validation to the source. Sink completely into the soft, welcoming gravity of your bed, completely devoid of the heavy, dragging chains of worldly fame. You are unburdened. You are infinitely valued by the true sovereign, and you are beautifully, peacefully empty, perfectly ready to be carried softly and effortlessly into the deep restorative currents of sleep, the dead end of pleasure. Bring your attention softly and without judgment to the subtle, vibrating energy that still hums quietly beneath your skin. Notice the residual restlessness in your hands, the faint, lingering craving in the pit of your stomach, or the sudden, irrational urge to open your heavy eyes and reach for the glowing screen beside your bed. You are lying in the profound, healing darkness of your room, yet your nervous system is still twitching, still searching, still desperately hungry for one final hit of stimulation before you will finally grant yourself the permission to surrender to the night. You are suffering from the heavy, exhausting, and deeply deceptive burden of the fourth false good, the dead end of earthly pleasure. You are awake because your ego, the anxious, terrified false self, has convinced you that the only way to silence the existential dread in your chest is to drown it in a continuous, unbroken stream of physical and psychological gratification. You believe with a desperate, exhausting conviction that if you can just consume enough comfort, or if you can just distract yourself with enough endless entertainment, if you can just saturate your physical senses with enough fleeting pleasure, you will finally outrun the quiet, terrifying emptiness that chases you in the dark. You are lying awake because you are trapped on a frantic, accelerating treadmill of consumption, treating your magnificent eternal soul like a bottomless void that must be constantly, obsessively stuffed with the temporary crumbling debris of the material world. The wise seeker, Boethius, writing from the freezing, absolute sensory deprivation of his prison cell, understood the terrifying, toxic nature of this specific illusion better than the most indulgent, celebrated aristocrats of his era. Before his sudden, catastrophic fall from grace, he had absolute, unrestrained access to the highest tier of earthly pleasures. He dined on the finest delicacies the Roman Empire could provide. He slept on the softest, most expensive silks, and he had the staggering wealth to conjure any physical comfort the human body could possibly desire. He lived at the absolute, dizzying zenith of material indulgence. But in the quiet, piercing clarity of his cold cell, stripped of every single luxury and left entirely with the raw, unmedicated reality of his own mind, he realized a magnificent, earth-shattering truth. Earthly pleasure is not a cure. It is a highly addictive, temporary anesthetic that ultimately leaves the soul much sicker than it was before. He realized that what the world calls pleasure is the most deceptive, hollow, and ultimately agonizing pursuit a human being can undertake as a means of finding lasting peace. When you attach your deep internal security to physical gratification, you are willingly chaining your peace of mind to a mechanism that is biologically and mathematically designed to decay. The exact moment it is experienced, you look at the feast, the entertainment, the physical comforts, and you think, if I just consume this, if I just feel this rush of immediate satisfaction, I will never feel this anxious again. But Boethius observed with devastating accuracy that bodily pleasures are exactly like a swarm of bees. They offer a tiny, microscopic drop of sweet honey for a fleeting second, but when they inevitably fly away, they leave behind a sharp, lingering, and painful sting. That sting is the heavy, hollow emptiness that always, without exception, follows the abrupt end of the indulgence. Think about the profound, exhausting irony of your own desperate need for distraction and pleasure. Tonight, you are seeking perfect, eternal satisfaction from experiences that are specifically designed to end. You scroll through endless, flashing feeds of information you crave, sweet or rich. Foods in the midnight hours, you seek the temporary numbing of mindless entertainment, completely unaware that the more you consume, the hungrier you actually become. The false self whispers to you in the dark that the next video, the next purchase, or the next physical indulgence will finally be the one that fills the void. But the quiet, ancient wisdom of the night tells you the truth. You are aggressively pouring water into a heavy iron bucket that has absolutely no bottom to break the suffocating, vibrating grip of this anxiety. Tonight, you must radically, completely understand the fundamental architecture of your own desires. Why does earthly pleasure always fail you? Why does the distraction never ever last? It is because the supreme creator of the heavens and the earth did not design your magnificent eternal soul to be satisfied by the temporary, fleeting physical chemistry of the human body. You are a being breathed into existence by the infinite, and therefore you possess a massive, infinite capacity for joy. When you try to fill an infinite, God-sized hunger in your heart with finite, limited, easily digestible earthly pleasures, you will always, constantly, and agonizingly come up entirely empty. You are a deeply spiritual being currently housed in a physical body, but your ego has tragically, exhaustingly confused the vehicle for the driver. The physical body desires comfort, it desires food, it desires dopamine, and it desires rest. Those are natural biological functions. But the soul, the quiet, observing consciousness resting patiently behind your closed eyes, desires only the one. The soul desires absolute truth. The soul desires the profound, unshakable peace of the Creator. When you try to feed the starving soul with the heavy, rich food of the body, the soul remains in a state of violent, agonizing famine, and that spiritual famine is exactly what is keeping you awake tonight. That famine is the nervous, restless energy humming just beneath your skin, the heavy, crushing exhaustion in your bones. Right now is the natural, inevitable result of a finite creature trying to extract eternal peace from a temporary sensation. You are not built to find your ultimate rest in the fleeting pleasures of the world. You are not designed to be a frantic, mindless consumer of distractions. And the beautiful, merciful, liberating truth of this quiet night is that you absolutely do not have to be to find the deep, heavy, restorative sleep your body is desperately begging. For tonight, you must radically, completely step off the treadmill of pleasure. You must willingly, consciously embrace the profound, beautiful discipline of the fast. The act of falling asleep is the ultimate biological withdrawal from the banquet of the senses. It is the exact, defining moment when you deliberately stop consuming the world, stop chasing the next hit of dopamine, and allow yourself to simply be beautifully, perfectly, and peacefully empty. Actively, consciously begin the physical process of this sensory fasting right now. Bring your awareness down to your stomach, the very center of your physical cravings and your nervous tension. In the quiet theater of your mind, acknowledge the lingering hunger for distraction, the deep itch to consume just one more thing before you rest. And then, with a slow, deliberate, and deeply relieving exhalation, firmly and quietly say no. Imagine that you are gently but firmly pushing away a massive overflowing plate of heavy, rich, completely unfulfilling food. You are completely full. You are absolutely satiated. You do not need another bite of the waking world tonight. Speak to your own racing, terrified, craving mind in the absolute quiet of your room. Tell it, I am not merely a body driven by temporary appetites. I am an eternal soul. I completely resign from the exhausting, endless job of trying to find infinite peace in finite pleasures. I surrender my desperate, exhausting need for physical and psychological stimulation to the perfect, quiet, sustaining presence of the one who created me. Feel the profound, rushing, physical translation of this withdrawal as it washes over your tired body right now. As the heavy burden of constant consumption is completely removed, the vibrating nervous energy in your limbs instantly evaporates. The restless urge to move, to check, to consume is entirely replaced by massive, glorious, and incredibly heavy stillness. Your legs, which have been holding the residual, painful tension of the day's endless running, sink deeply and firmly into the mattress like ancient pillars of heavy stone. Your hands, which have been physically aching to grasp and acquire all day, fall completely open and limp by your sides, perfectly content to hold absolutely nothing. You are no longer a frantic consumer trying to devour the world before it disappears. You are no longer a slave to the endless, agonizing cycle of craving and temporary relief. You are returning to your natural, beautiful, and perfectly safe state of profound sufficiency. You are stepping out of the loud, demanding, chaotic marketplace of worldly pleasure, and you are stepping down into the soft, cool, profound sanctuary of absolute spiritual contentment. The universe does not need you to consume anything tonight. The banquet of the waking world has been completely cleared away. The heavy wooden doors have been securely locked, and the blinding lights have been mercifully extinguished. From the dark room, around you is a sacred, silent space where your appetites, your cravings, and your worldly indulgence are absolutely, beautifully irrelevant. There is absolutely nothing here to stimulate you. There is absolutely nothing here to distract you. There is only the vast, sweeping, awe-inspiring presence of the infinite and the profound, heavy, beautiful silence of a consciousness that has finally entirely yielded its endless hunger to the source of all true fulfillment. Sink completely into the soft, welcoming gravity of your bed, completely devoid of the heavy, dragging chains of earthly pleasure. Notice how deeply, incredibly satisfying this pure, unadulterated emptiness actually feels. It is the deep, profound satisfaction of an exhausted traveler who has finally stopped drinking, burning salt water and has discovered a hidden quiet spring of pure, cold, crystal clear water in the desert. You are unburdened, you are infinitely satisfied by the true sustainer, and you are beautifully, peacefully empty, perfectly ready to be carried softly and effortlessly into the deep, restorative currents of sleep. Why bad things happen. Bring your quiet, heavy awareness to the very center of your forehead, just between your resting eyes. Notice the deep physical furrow that is tightly creased there, even in the absolute dark. Shift your attention down to your jaw, feeling the rigid, aching tension of teeth clamped firmly together. Then, move your focus to the center of your chest, where your heart is beating with a heavy, bruised, and frantic rhythm. You are lying in a perfectly safe, silent room, completely insulated from the physical dangers of the world. Yet your body is violently bracing for an attack. You are awake tonight because your mind has been transformed into a cold, glaring courtroom, and you are trapped in the exhausting, agonizing process of holding a midnight trial. You are suffering from the crushing, impossible burden of trying to understand the nature of evil and injustice. You are replaying a betrayal, you are analyzing a profound cruelty that was inflicted upon you, or a terrible, unearned hardship that suddenly shattered your life. You are staring into the shadows, demanding that the universe explain why bad things happen to good people. You are asking, with a deep, burning, and utterly exhausted indignation, why was I treated this way? Why did they get away with it? If the Creator is perfectly good and perfectly powerful, why did this dark, painful thing enter my life? The wise seeker, Boethius, writing from the absolute, freezing depths of his prison cell, faced this exact terrifying question. His fall from grace was not a natural disaster. It was the direct result of pure, concentrated human malice. He was an innocent man, a man of profound virtue, who was falsely accused by corrupt, envious, and wicked men. These men lied, they conspired, and they successfully destroyed his life, while seemingly prospering in their wickedness. As he sat in the dark, awaiting a brutal and unjust execution, the agony of this unfairness initially tore his mind apart. He wept, he raged, and he questioned the very justice of the cosmos. He felt the exact same burning, a sleepless resentment that is currently keeping you awake. But in the quiet, piercing clarity of his exile, the God-given light of pure wisdom entered his cell and revealed a magnificent, earth-shattering truth that completely dissolved his bitterness. Evil is not a power, it is a profound, pitiable weakness. You are lying awake tonight because your ego, the anxious, terrified false self, has convinced you that the people who harmed you or the chaotic forces that disrupted your life possess a massive, terrifying power. You believe that evil is a dark, towering entity that rivals the light, a destructive force that has somehow outsmarted the supreme architect of the universe. You are giving the injustice in your life a throne and your mind, and you are bowing down to it in fear and resentment. But Boethius realized that evil has absolutely no substance of its own. Just as cold is not a thing itself, but merely the absence of heat, and just as darkness is not a substance, but merely the absence of light, evil is nothing more than the tragic, devastating absence of good. It is a privation. It is a spiritual sickness. When a human being commits a cruelty, when they betray, lie, or destroy, they are not demonstrating strength. They are demonstrating a profound, agonizing spiritual blindness. They have severed themselves from the source of all life, and they are acting out of a desperate, terrifying emptiness. Think about the profound, exhausting irony of your anger. Tonight, you are losing your precious, vital energy, envying or fearing people who are actually in a state of terminal spiritual decay. Or the false self whispers to you that the wicked are prospering because they have wealth or worldly power. But the quiet, ancient wisdom of the night tells you the truth. A man who has lost his virtue, who has lost his connection to the One, has lost his very humanity. He is a walking corpse, a ghost haunting the material world, completely hollow inside. To harbor bitter, sleepless resentment toward those who have wronged you is exactly like lying awake with a burning hatred for man. Because he is suffering from a devastating, blinding disease, they are not powerful. They are desperately, tragically weak. When you truly, deeply internalize this reality, the heavy, suffocating weight of your grievance begins to shatter. You no longer need to fear the dark, because the dark has no actual power against the light. There is only one supreme, an unshakable power in the cosmos, and that is the absolute infinite goodness of the Creator. But your exhausted mind still demands an answer to the second part of the question. Even if they are weak, why did the Supreme Creator allow their weakness to harm me? Why did the Sovereign Lord permit this painful circumstance to touch my life? Boethius invites you to completely reverse the gravity of your perspective. He asks you to imagine a magnificent, unimaginably complex tapestry woven by a master weaver. You, with your finite, limited human understanding, are currently trapped on the very underside of this massive tapestry. From where you are lying, staring up in the dark, you only see a chaotic, senseless tangle of threads. You see jagged knots, harsh colors, and frayed ends that seem entirely random and completely devoid of beauty. You look at the painful, unfair event in your life and you point to it, crying out, "This thread makes no sense. This thread is ruining the design." But the master weaver, the one who holds the entirety of space and time, in the palm of his hand is looking at the tapestry from the top. He sees the absolute, flawless, breathtaking perfection of the final masterpiece. He knows, with an infinite and perfect intelligence, that the dark, harsh thread of your current adversity is absolutely necessary to create the profound depth and the magnificent beauty of the final picture. What you call bad luck, what you call injustice or tragedy, is merely your extremely limited perception of a divine unfolding medicine. The Creator does not author evil, but in His infinite majesty, He seamlessly weaves the consequences of human weakness into a grand, perfect order that ultimately serves the highest good. The painful circumstance that is keeping you awake tonight was not an accident. It did not slip past the watchful eye of the universe. It was permitted, measured, and carefully allowed into your life to serve a specific, profound purpose in the development of your eternal soul. Perhaps the betrayal was necessary to completely shatter your reliance on flawed human beings, forcing you to finally anchor your heart to the unchanging One. Perhaps the devastating loss was the bitter, necessary medicine required to cure you of a toxic attachment to the material world. You are looking at the bitter medicine and screaming at the great physician because it tastes terrible, completely ignoring the fact that it is actively, miraculously curing you of a fatal spiritual disease. The heavy, crushing exhaustion in your bones Right now is the natural, inevitable result of a finite creature trying to audit the flawless accounting of the infinite. You are not built to carry the burden of cosmic judgment. You are not designed to understand the intricate, interlocking destinies of every soul on earth. And the beautiful, merciful, liberating truth of this quiet night is that you absolutely do not have to. To find the deep, heavy, restorative sleep your body is desperately begging for tonight, you must radically, completely drop the gavel. You must willingly, consciously step down from the judge's bench in your mind. The act of falling asleep is the ultimate biological surrender of your need for immediate justice. It is the exact, defining moment when you hand the heavy, complicated, agonizing files of your grievances over to the Supreme Judge, trusting completely that perfect justice is woven into the very fabric of eternity, and it absolutely does not require your midnight supervision. Actively, consciously begin the physical process of closing the courtroom right now. Bring your awareness back to the tight, aching center of your chest. In the quiet theater of your mind, gather up every single person who has wronged you, every single unfair circumstance, and every single bitter memory that is currently on trial in your head. Gather them into a heavy, dark wooden box. Now, with a slow, deliberate, and deeply relieving exhalation, slide that heavy box across the desk and hand it entirely over to the vast, quiet, infinite justice of the universe. I speak to your own racing, terrified, resentful mind. In the absolute quiet of your room, tell it, I am not the judge of the world. I completely resign from the exhausting job of trying to balance the scales of the universe. I surrender my pain, my anger, and my desperate need for an explanation to the perfect, unshakable wisdom of the one who sees the entire tapestry. Feel the profound, rushing, physical translation of this forgiveness as it washes over your tired body. Right now, forgiveness is not about declaring that the evil was acceptable. Forgiveness is about declaring that you completely refuse to carry the heavy, toxic weight of it for another single second. As you let go of the need for vengeance, the deep, physical furrow between your eyes completely smooths away. The rigid, defensive bracing of your jaw falls entirely slack, parting your teeth and relaxing your tongue. Your chest, which has been locked, tied around a burning coal of resentment, physically opens and expands, allowing a long, slow, massive breath of cool night air to enter your lungs. You are no longer a frantic prosecutor building a case in the dark. You are no longer a victim held hostage by the memory of a shadow. You are returning to your natural, beautiful, and perfectly safe state of profound peace. You are stepping out of the loud, demanding, chaotic courtroom of the ego, and you are stepping down into the soft, cool, profound sanctuary of absolute trust. The universe does not need you to solve the problem of evil tonight. The scales of cosmic justice are perfectly balanced. The heavy wooden doors of the mind's tribunal have been securely locked, and the blinding, interrogating lights have been mercifully extinguished. The dark room around you is a sacred silent space, where your grievances, your betrayals, and your worldly hurts are absolutely, beautifully powerless. There is absolutely nothing here to fight. There is absolutely no one here to defend yourself against. The shadows in the corner of your room are completely empty. There is only the vast, sweeping, awe-inspiring presence of the infinite goodness and the profound, heavy, beautiful silence of a consciousness that has finally entirely yielded its pain to the source of all healing, Sink completely into the soft, welcoming gravity of your bed, completely devoid of the heavy, dragging chains of resentment and fear. Notice how deeply, incredibly satisfying this pure, unadulterated release actually feels. You are unburdened. You are infinitely protected by the true sovereign, and you are beautifully, peacefully empty, perfectly ready to let the gentle, massive, irresistible tide of the universe carry you softly and deeply into a heavy, dreamless sleep. Fate versus providence. Bring your heavy, quiet awareness to the physical sensation of your limbs resting upon the mattress. Notice if there is a lingering restless urge to shift your weight, to toss and turn, to adjust your blankets in a desperate, unending search for a physical comfort that seems just out of reach. This physical restlessness, this inability to simply lie still and accept the current position of your body is a profound somatic reflection of the exact spiritual exhaustion that is keeping you awake tonight. You are lying in the dark, tossing and turning in your mind. Yet because you feel completely tangled in a chaotic, unpredictable and terrifying web of circumstances, you are looking at the chain of events in your life, the decisions made by others, the sudden changes in the economy, the random, unforeseen accidents of the waking world, and you feel like a helpless victim strapped to a runaway carriage. You are suffering from the crushing, impossible burden of trying to outsmart what the ancients called fate. You are lying awake, staring blindly into the shadows of your room, frantically trying to untangle the endless threads of cause and effect. You are asking, with a deep, breathless panic, if I had just done this one thing differently, would the outcome have changed? What if this specific event triggers a catastrophic chain reaction tomorrow? How can I possibly protect myself from a future that is entirely woven out of random blind chance? The wise seeker Boethius, writing from the absolute, freezing deprivation of his prison cell, was initially consumed by this exact same terrifying vertigo. He looked at the sudden, violent collapse of his magnificent life. He looked at the men who betrayed him, the political winds that shifted against him, and the cruel, arbitrary decree of the emperor that condemned him to die. It all looked like senseless, chaotic, terrifyingly blind fate. It looked as though the universe was a dark, unguided machine, grinding innocent people into dust without rhyme, reason, or ultimate justice. He felt the exact same helpless, spinning terror that is currently racing through your chest. But in the quiet, piercing clarity of his exile, the God-given light of pure wisdom entered his cell and revealed a magnificent, earth-shattering truth that completely dissolved his terror. Wisdom showed him that he was deeply, tragically confused in two fundamentally different things: fate and providence. Boethius realized that your ego, the anxious, terrified false self, looks at the unfolding events of the world and sees only the terrifying moving machinery of fate. But fate is merely the visible, temporary, shifting execution of a much higher, much deeper, and infinitely more beautiful reality called providence. Imagine, in the dark, quiet theater of your mind, a profound and majestic image. Imagine the Supreme Creator, the Master Weaver of all existence, holding the absolute, perfect, eternal blueprint of the entire cosmos in his infinite mind. This flawless, unmoving, dumb and perfectly good blueprint, where every single detail of past, present, and future is known and perfectly aligned, is providence. Providence is the quiet, eternal, unshakable will of the One. It is pure order, it is pure peace, It does not change, it does not guess, and it absolutely does not make mistakes. Now, imagine that the master weaver takes this perfect unmoving blueprint and begins to execute it in the physical world of time and space. As the perfect plan enters the physical world, it becomes subject to time, motion, and the complex, interlocking actions of human beings. This moving, shifting, unfolding execution of the plan is what we call fate. You are lying awake, suffering and sweating in the dark tonight because your exhausted eyes are absolutely glued to the chaotic moving threads of fate. Turn and you have completely forgotten to look up at the perfect unmoving mind of Providence. Boethius offered a brilliant, deeply comforting metaphor to explain this. He asked us to imagine a series of concentric circles spinning around a single fixed central point. The central point is absolute, unmoving stillness. This is Providence, the mind of the Creator. The circles spinning around that center represent fate. The outermost circle, the one furthest away from the center, must travel the greatest distance and spin at the most violent, terrifying speed. But the closer a circle is to the center, the slower, the quieter, and the more peaceful its movement becomes. If you can place yourself at the absolute, dead center exactly on the pivot point itself, you are no longer subject to the spinning at all. You are anchored in perfect, unshakable stillness. Think about the profound, exhausting irony of your anxiety tonight. You are desperately trying to manage your life by running frantically along the outermost, fastest, most violently spinning rim of fate. You are obsessing over the chaotic shifting details of tomorrow. You are trying to control the unpredictable actions of other people. You are trying to predict the random fluctuations of the world. You are running on a wheel that is moving at the speed of light, and you are wondering why your heart is hammering and your breath is shallow. The false self whispers to you that the only way to find safety is to somehow stop the outer rim from spinning. But the quiet, ancient wisdom of the night tells you the truth. You cannot stop the rim of fate. The events of the world will continue to unfold. So the chain of causes and effects will continue to march forward through time. The cure for your insomnia is not to stop the spinning of the universe. The cure is to radically, completely migrate your consciousness away from the violent outer rim and move it inward toward the quiet, unmoving center of Providence. When you align your heart, your will, and your deep, ultimate trust with the Creator, when you accept that His profound unseen intelligence is flawlessly managing the entire tapestry of existence, you immediately step off the outer rim. You are no longer violently whipped around by the unpredictable changes of worldly fortune. You realize that even when the threads of fate look tangled, dark, and terrifying from your limited human perspective on the underside of the loom, they are actually being perfectly and masterfully woven into a masterpiece of ultimate good by the one who sees from above the heavy, crushing exhaustion in your bones. Right now is the natural, inevitable result of a finite creature trying to micromanage the infinite, cosmic loom. You are trying to forcefully pull on the delicate threads of destiny, convinced that if you do not orchestrate the sequence of events, everything will collapse into ruin. But your anxious pulling is only causing knots. Your fearful interference is only generating friction, and the beautiful, merciful, liberating truth of this quiet night is that the weaver absolutely does not need your help to find the deep, heavy, restorative sleep. Your body is desperately begging for tonight. You must radically completely drop the threads. You must willingly, consciously step back from the loom. And the act of falling asleep is the ultimate biological declaration of trust in Providence. It is the exact defining moment when you voluntarily turn off your calculating, plotting, predicting mind, and you say to the dark room, I do not need to understand the sequence of events tomorrow. I do not need to figure out how the chaotic chain of fate will be resolved. I trust the perfect, unmoving, benevolent intelligence of the Master Weaver. Actively, consciously begin the physical process of untangling yourself right now. Bring your awareness to your hands. Imagine that your fingers are currently wrapped tightly around a massive, complicated, incredibly messy knot of rough, heavy yarn. This knot represents your obsession with the timeline. It represents your desperate, exhausting attempts to figure out how and why and when your problems will be solved. Your fingers are cramped, aching and bleeding from the effort of trying to pull this impossible knot apart. Now, listen to the gentle, merciful invitation of the Absolute Dark. With a slow, deliberate, and deeply relieving exhalation, simply open your hands. Let the heavy, complicated knot of fate fall completely from your grasp. You do not have to solve it tonight. You do not have to figure it out before the sun rises. Let it drop heavily to the floor, vanishing entirely into the unseen shadows of your room. Speak to your own racing, terrified mind in the absolute quiet of the night. Tell it, I am not the architect of the future. I completely resign from the exhausting job of trying to untangle the web of destiny. I surrender my desperate, exhausting need to understand the chaotic movements of fate, and I anchor my soul entirely to the perfect, unshakable, and flawless stillness of Providence. Feel the profound, rushing, physical translation of this surrender as it washes over your tight body right now. As you drop the heavy threads of the future, the restless, twitching energy in your legs completely evaporates. They become heavy, still, and perfectly content to rest exactly where they are. The rigid defensive bracing of your spine, which has been locked in a posture of fearful anticipation, all day melts away entirely, allowing your back to sink heavily, deeply, and comfortably into the soft support of the mattress. The tight pinching muscles around your heart physically uncoil, making room for long, slow, massive breaths that pull the quiet, unmoving piece of the center down into your very core. You are no longer a frantic victim strapped to the violently spinning rim of the world. You are no longer a terrified mind trying to outsmart a blind, chaotic machine. You are returning to your natural, beautiful, and perfectly safe state of profound trust. You are stepping off the loud, demanding, terrifying edge of the wheel, and you are sinking down, deep down into the soft, cool, profound sanctuary of the axis. The universe does not need you to predict the future tonight. The intricate, flawless plan of the Creator is already perfectly established. The heavy wooden doors of your anxious planning room have been securely locked, and the blinding, interrogating lights of your need for certainty have been mercifully extinguished. The dark room around you is a sacred, just silent space where the unpredictable, chaotic movements of worldly fate are absolutely, beautifully powerless to reach you. There is absolutely nothing here to untangle. There is absolutely nothing here to predict. There is only the vast, sweeping, awe-inspiring presence of the infinite and the profound, heavy, beautiful silence of a consciousness that has finally entirely yielded its timeline to the source of all order. Sink completely into the soft, welcoming gravity of your bed, completely devoid of the heavy, dragging chains of tomorrow's uncertainties. Notice how deeply, incredibly satisfying this pure, unadulterated release actually feels. You are perfectly centered. You are unburdened. You are infinitely protected by the perfect mind of the true sovereign, and you are beautifully, peacefully empty. Perfectly ready to let the gentle, massive, irresistible tide of the universe carry you softly and deeply into a heavy, dreamless sleep. The error of comparison. Draw your quiet, heavy awareness back to the absolute, uninterrupted darkness of your room. Notice a profound, beautiful, and deeply comforting reality about the space you are currently resting in. There are absolutely no mirrors here. The dark has completely erased your reflection, and it has completely erased the faces of everyone else in the world. In this silent, sacred sanctuary, you are not standing next to anyone. You are not running a race against a competitor. There is no one to your left, and there is no one to your right. You are entirely alone with the one who created you. Yet, despite this absolute physical isolation, your mind is darting frantically back and forth. Underneath your closed, heavy eyelids, your eyes are rapidly scanning an invisible horizon. You are lying awake because your ego, the anxious, terrified false self, has dragged a heavy, unforgiving measuring stick into your bed. You are suffering from the crushing, impossible, and deeply toxic burden of comparison. You are lying in the dark, staring blindly into the shadows, bitterly counting the blessings of other people while completely ignoring your own. You are analyzing the career trajectories of your peers, the financial success of your neighbors, the apparent happiness of your friends, and the carefully curated, deeply deceptive images of strangers. You are looking at the timeline of your own life, and a heavy, suffocating panic is rising in your chest, because you feel, and with a burning, agonizing certainty, that you have somehow fallen behind. You are drinking the bitter, exhausting poison of envy, and it is entirely destroying your peace. The wise seeker, Boethius, writing from the absolute, freezing deprivation of his prison cell, understood the terrifying, acidic nature of this specific poison better than anyone. He had been the most successful, most celebrated man in Rome. But when the massive wheel of fortune violently turned and crushed him, he was forced to sit in the cold dark and watch as lesser men, corrupt, wicked, and entirely unqualified men stepped into his shoes. He had to watch them wear his magnificent robes, sit in his seat of power, and bask in the praise that used to belong entirely to him. Initially, this comparison tore his mind apart. He was not only suffering the immense, crushing weight of his own profound loss, he was actively adding to his own torture by agonizing over their unearned gain. He felt the exact same bitter, sleepless resentment that is currently tightening your chest and keeping you awake. But in the quiet, piercing clarity of his exile, the God-given light of pure wisdom entered his cell and revealed a magnificent, earth-shattering truth that completely dissolved the venom in his veins. Envy is the ultimate exhausting illusion, because you're measuring your complicated, messy internal reality against someone else's carefully constructed, entirely deceptive external mask. You are lying awake tonight because your false self has convinced you that the people you envy are experiencing a perfect, unshakable happiness. You look at their wealth, their titles, their relationships, and you assume that their minds are as quiet and as peaceful as a still lake. But Boethius observed that you absolutely cannot see the heavy, invisible chains that are attached to the specific worldly fortunes of other people. You do not see the crushing anxiety that accompanies their massive wealth. You do not see the deep, hollow loneliness inside their carefully photographed marriages. You do not see the terrifying paranoia that haunts their positions of power. You are envying a mirage. You are desperately crying out for a glass of water that is actually filled with burning sand. Think about the profound, exhausting irony of your envy tonight. You are lying in a safe, comfortable bed, protected from the harsh elements, breathing effortlessly, surrounded by the quiet grace of the night. You have been granted the profound, the miraculous gift of existence, sustained moment by moment by the unseen architecture of the universe. And yet, you are violently tearing your own piece apart because someone else, somewhere else, on this tiny speck of cosmic dust has a slightly larger pile of temporal treasure. You are allowing the completely irrelevant, unfolding destiny of another human being to rob you of your God-given right to rest. Boethius realized that to harbor envy is to commit a profound, quiet, and exhausting insult against the Creator. It is exactly like sitting at a magnificent, carefully prepared banquet where the master of the feast has personally, intentionally placed a specific plate of food in front of you. Food perfectly designed to nourish your specific body, cure your specific ailments, and sustain you for your specific journey. But instead of eating the beautiful, life-giving meal, in front of you, you sit with your arms crossed, your jaw locked, and your stomach growling, staring bitterly at the plate of the person sitting next to you. You are angrily declaring that the supreme architect of the universe, the one who possesses infinite wisdom and flawless accounting, has somehow made a terrible mathematical error in the distribution of his gifts. You must realize, in the deep, non-judgmental quiet of this room, that your life is absolutely not a competition. You are not running on a track against anyone else. Your journey is a profound, deeply intimate, and entirely custom-built path that exists solely between you and the one who created you. The provisions, the successes, the delays, and the hardships in your life were measured and cut with absolute, flawless precision for the exact size and shape of your eternal soul. The things that belong to the person you are envying were never meant for you. If you were handed their specific fortune, it would not bring you the peace you crave. It would crush you under the weight of trials you were absolutely never designed to carry. The heavy, crushing exhaustion in your bones right now is the natural, inevitable result of a finite creature trying to carry the burden of two lives, your own and the imaginary, idealized version of the life you are currently envying. You're not built to live in two places at once. You're not designed to look sideways while trying to walk forward in the dark. And the beautiful, merciful, liberating truth of this quiet night is that you absolutely do not have to find the deep, heavy, restorative sleep your body is desperately begging for tonight. You must radically, completely put down the measuring stick. You must willingly, consciously stop looking to the left and to the right. The act of falling asleep is the ultimate biological acceptance of your own specific, unique, and perfectly ordained reality. It is the exact defining moment when you voluntarily turn off the calculating, comparing machinery of your ego, and you say to the dark room, I am exactly where I am supposed to be. I have exactly what I am supposed to have in this specific fraction of time. I completely surrender my gaze and I bring my awareness entirely, beautifully home to myself. Actively, consciously begin the physical process of letting go of the measuring stick. Right now, bring your awareness back to your hands, time which have been metaphorically gripping this heavy, exhausting tool of comparison all day. Feel the tension in your fingers. Now, with a slow, deliberate, and deeply relieving exhalation, simply open your hands. Let the heavy wooden measuring stick fall completely from your grasp. Listen to the dull, quiet sound it makes as it hits the floor and rolls away into the shadows. You do not have to measure yourself against anyone tonight. You do not have to prove that you are keeping pace with the world. You are officially off the track. The race is completely, wonderfully over. Now bring your awareness to your eyes underneath your heavy closed lids. They have been darting back and forth, looking at the imaginary successes of others, scanning the horizon for proof of your own inadequacy. Command them to stop. Tell your eyes to rest perfectly, heavily, and completely still in the center of their sockets. Stop looking outward at the chaotic, deceptive world of other people's fortunes and turn your gaze entirely deeply inward. Speak to your own racing, terrified, envious mind in the absolute quiet of the night. Tell it, I am running a race of one. I completely resign from the exhausting, impossible job of trying to live someone else's destiny. I surrender my bitter comparisons, my desperate need to keep up, and my fear of falling behind. I accept the flawless, perfectly measured distribution of the Creator's gifts, and I rest in the profound, unshakable sufficiency of my own beautiful existence. Feel the profound, rushing, physical translation of this surrender as it washes over your tired body right now. As you drop the poison of envy through the bitter, acidic tiredness, in your stomach completely neutralizes and evaporates. The rigid, defensive bracing of your jaw, locked tight against the perceived unfairness of the world, falls entirely slack. The heavy, suffocating weight of resentment lifts completely off your chest, making room for long, slow, massive breaths that pull the quiet, unmoving peace of profound gratitude down into your very core. You are no longer a frantic competitor running on an endless, exhausting track. You are no longer a bitter observer staring at a banquet. You refuse to eat. You are returning to your natural, beautiful, and perfectly safe state of profound contentment. You are stepping out of the loud, demanding, terrifying arena of worldly comparison, and you are sinking down, deep down into the soft, cool, profound sanctuary of your own perfectly designed life. The universe does not need you to be anyone other than exactly who you are tonight. The heavy, exhausting ledgers of comparison have been permanently erased. The heavy wooden doors of the mind's arena have been securely locked, and the blinding, interrogating lights of the world's expectations have been mercifully extinguished. The dark room around you is a sacred, silent space where the chaotic, shifting fortunes of other human beings are absolutely, beautifully powerless to reach you. There is absolutely nothing here to measure. There is absolutely no one here to impress. There is only the vast, sweeping, awe-inspiring presence of the infinite and the profound, heavy, beautiful silence of a consciousness that has finally, entirely yielded its gaze to the source of all true wealth. Sink completely into the soft, welcoming gravity of your bed. completely devoid of the heavy, dragging chains of envy and comparison. Notice how deeply, incredibly satisfying this pure, unadulterated gratitude actually feels. It is the peace of finally coming home. You are perfectly centered. You are unburdened. You are infinitely provided for by the perfect wisdom of the true sovereign. And you are beautifully, peacefully empty, perfectly ready to let the gentle, massive, irresistible tide of the universe carry you softly and deeply into a heavy, dreamless sleep. The fortress of the mind. Draw your quiet, heavy awareness to the physical boundaries of the room in which you are currently resting. Notice the solid, unmoving walls that surround you on all four sides. Think about the heavy, secure roof above your head, shielding you from the elements of the night. Consider the front door of your home, firmly closed, its heavy locks turned and secured against the unpredictable, chaotic world outside. You have taken every necessary, logical precaution to ensure that your physical body is entirely safe and protected while you sleep. The perimeter is secure. Yet, despite this absolute physical safety, your heart is beating with a frantic, exhausted rhythm. You are lying awake, breathing shallowly, because while you have successfully locked the physical doors of your house, you have left the massive heavy iron gates of your own mind completely disastrously wide open. You are suffering from the crushing, impossible burden of an undefended mind. You are lying in the dark, entirely exposed, just allowing the frantic, demanding, chaotic noise of the waking world to march directly into your most sacred, intimate sanctuary. You are lying awake because your ego, the anxious, terrified false self, believes that it must fight 1,000 different invaders in the quiet courtyard of your mind. You are battling the ghosts of yesterday's conversations, the terrifying phantoms of tomorrow's obligations, the loud, demanding voices of your critics, and the endless, shifting anxieties of the global economy. You are utterly exhausted because you are trying to fight a war in a place that was designed exclusively for peace. The wise seeker Boethius, writing from the absolute, freezing deprivation of his tiny prison cell in Pavia, understood the terrifying, vulnerable nature of an undefended mind better than anyone. When he was stripped of his massive earthly power, he suddenly realized that all his previous defenses had been entirely external. He had relied on thick palace walls, armed guards, political alliances, and sprawling wealth to protect him from the suffering of the world. And when the massive wheel of fortune violently turned, those external defenses were crushed into dust in a matter of seconds. He was thrown into a cold cell, completely at the mercy of brutal men, entirely exposed to the worst cruelties the temporal world could inflict. Initially, the invaders of despair, panic, and bitter resentment stormed into his mind, tearing his peace apart. But in the quiet, piercing clarity of his exile, the God-given light of pure wisdom entered his cell and revealed a magnificent, the earth-shattering truth that completely rebuilt his defenses. The Creator has granted you an inner citadel, a profound, impenetrable fortress of the soul, and absolutely nothing in the temporal world can breach its walls, unless you willfully hand over the keys. Boethius realized that the physical world, the shifting realm of mutability and fortune, has absolutely no inherent jurisdiction over the inner sanctuary of your mind. The events of the day, the loss of wealth, the shifting opinions of society, and even physical confinement cannot touch your core, essential self unless you explicitly grant them permission to do so. You are lying awake tonight, because your false self has tragically, exhaustingly confused the outer world with the inner world. You have allowed the temporary, fleeting circumstances of your life to cross the moat, where it breached the walls and set up a chaotic, demanding marketplace right in the center of your soul. Think about the profound, exhausting irony of your vulnerability tonight. You would never allow a loud, screaming stranger to walk through the locked front door of your house and stand at the foot of your bed shouting about the economy or demanding that you solve a crisis before dawn. You would immediately expel them from your sanctuary. Yet, you are lying here in the dark, willingly allowing the exact same chaotic, screaming anxieties to occupy the most sacred, private space of your own consciousness. You are playing the role of a terrified host to a mob of destructive, uninvited guests. The false self whispers that you must entertain. These thoughts that you must resolve their demands before you can sleep. But the quiet, ancient wisdom of the night tells you the truth. You do not have to fight the invaders. You simply have to close the gates to break the suffocating, exhausting grip of this siege. Tonight, you must radically, completely understand the architecture of your own inner citadel. The supreme creator of the heavens and the earth did not design your eternal, magnificent soul to be a chaotic battlefield. He designed the very center of your being to be a quiet, unshakable sanctuary, an inner fortress, where the noise of the world cannot reach, and where you can commune entirely and peacefully with the One. This citadel is built upon the solid, indestructible bedrock of your trust in the divine. Its walls are formed by your absolute reliance on the unseen providence of the universe. The heavy, crushing exhaustion in your bones right now is the natural, inevitable result of a finite creature trying to negotiate with the infinite demands of the external world. You are not built to constantly process the chaotic noise of the universe. You are not designed to sleep in a war zone. And the beautiful, merciful, liberating truth of this quiet night is that you absolutely do not have to find the deep, heavy, restorative sleep your body is desperately begging for tonight. You must radically, completely draw up the drawbridge. You must willingly, consciously establish the perimeter of your own peace. The act of falling asleep is the ultimate biological retreat into the inner citadel. It is the exact defining moment when you voluntarily turn your back on the chaotic forces of the world. Walk into the deepest, quietest chamber of your mind and slide the heavy iron bolt perfectly into place. Actively, consciously begin the physical process of closing the gates right now. Bring your awareness to the very front of your forehead, right behind your eyes. This is the main gate of your mind, the threshold where the anxieties of the day have been endlessly marching in. In the quiet theater of your mind, imagine two massive, ancient, impenetrable doors of heavy oak and iron. See the chaotic, swirling noise of the world outside, the emails, the obligations, the fears, the judgments of others. Now, with a slow, deliberate, and deeply relieving exhalation, imagine placing both of your hands against those massive doors and pushing them firmly, heavily shut. Listen to the profound, booming, satisfying thud as the two doors meet. Can imagine the sound of a heavy iron beam dropping into place across them, locking them entirely and permanently for the remainder of the night. The noise of the outside world is instantly, miraculously muffled. The demands of tomorrow are locked entirely outside the walls. They cannot reach you here. They have absolutely no authority in this sacred, quiet space. Speak to your own racing, terrified mind in the absolute quiet of the night. Tell it, the gates are closed. I am not entertaining the demands of the world tonight. I completely resign from the exhausting job of fighting battles in the dark. I surrender my mind to the perfect, unshakable, and absolute protection of the one who built this sanctuary, and I claim my absolute right to peace. Feel the profound, rushing, physical translation of this ultimate security as it washes over your tired body right now. As the massive gates of the inner citadel are secured, the vibrating, nervous energy in your chest completely evaporates. The rigid, defensive bracing of your abdomen, locked tight against the perceived threats of the waking world, falls entirely slack. The heavy, suffocating weight of vulnerability lifts completely off your shoulders, making room for long, slow, massive breaths that pull the quiet, unmoving peace of the fortress down into your very core. You are no longer a frantic soldier fighting a losing battle in an open field. You are no longer an exposed target waiting for the next unpredictable arrow of worldly fortune to strike. You are returning to your natural, beautiful, and perfectly safe state of profound insulation. You are stepping out of the loud, demanding, terrifying siege of the ego, and you are retreating deep, deep down into the soft, cool, profound sanctuary of your true self. The universe does not need you to defend the outer walls tonight. The complex, interlocking events of the world will unfold, exactly as the Creator has ordained them, and they absolutely do not require your midnight supervision. The dark room around you is a sacred, silent reflection of this internal fortress. It is a space where the chaotic, shifting fortunes of the temporal world are absolutely, beautifully powerless to reach you. There is absolutely nothing here to defend. There is absolutely no one here to negotiate with. There is only the vast, sweeping, awe-inspiring presence of the infinite and the profound, heavy, beautiful silence of a consciousness that has finally entirely yielded its defenses to the source of all true security. Sink completely into the soft, welcoming gravity of your bed, completely devoid of the heavy, dragging chains of worldly exposure. Notice how deeply, incredibly satisfying this pure, unadulterated safety actually feels. You are perfectly centered. You are entirely untouched by the storms raging outside the walls. You are unburdened. You are infinitely protected by the perfect strength of the true sovereign, and you are beautifully, peacefully empty, perfectly ready to let the gentle, massive, irresistible tide of the universe carry you softly and deeply into a heavy, dreamless sleep. The definition of happiness, sufficiency in the one. Bring your attention softly and without judgment back to the heavy, or a velvet darkness that completely surrounds your resting body. Notice how the darkness acts as a profound, impartial equalizer. In this absolute quiet, the physical room you inhabit is completely devoid of distraction. The lights are out. The objects you own are hidden in shadow. The tasks you must complete are invisible. Yet, as you lie here, perfectly still, your mind is fiercely resisting this beautiful, equalizing peace. You are awake because your ego, the anxious, terrified false self, is still desperately searching. It is pacing the invisible floors of your consciousness, frantically looking for a feeling it lost, or perhaps a feeling it has never truly found. You are suffering from the crushing, impossible burden of an unfulfilled definition of happiness. You are lying in the dark, analyzing the trajectory of your life and measuring your accomplishments, your relationships, and your wealth against a deeply ingrained, completely false standard of what it means to be truly satisfied. You are experiencing a profound, hollow ache in your chest, a spiritual thirst that the events of the day completely fail to quench. You are awake because you are running a fever, and that fever is the desperate, exhausting pursuit of a fragmented, shattered image of joy. The wise seeker, Boethius, writing from the Absolute, freezing deprivation of his prison cell, understood the terrifying, toxic nature of this specific fever better than anyone in the ancient world. Before his catastrophic fall from grace, he had attempted to construct happiness the way a man constructs a massive, precarious tower out of fragile, mismatched stones. He stacked his wealth, his political power, his glittering reputation, and his earthly pleasures, one on top of the other, believing that if he could just gather enough of these fragments, he would finally reach the unshakable summit of ultimate joy. He lived at the very peak of this worldly tower, but in the quiet, piercing clarity of his exile, when the entire structure violently collapsed into dust, he realized a magnificent, earth-shattering truth. Happiness is not a collection of things. It is the absolute, undivided realization of the source of all things. He realized that earthly pursuits, money, status, comfort, are nothing more than broken, distorted reflections of the ultimate good. You spend your days frantically chasing these reflections, convinced that if you can just accumulate enough of them, you will finally, permanently be satisfied. You believe that happiness is a puzzle, and you are exhausted because you are constantly trying to force pieces together that were never designed to fit. But Boethius observed that the more a man tries to assemble happiness from the fragments of the world, the more fragmented his own soul becomes. Think about the profound, exhausting irony of your search for happiness tonight. You are seeking perfect, eternal satisfaction from a world that is inherently, beautifully, and completely temporary. You are trying to find absolute, unshakable peace in a realm that is defined entirely by mutability and change. The false self whispers to you in the dark that the next achievement, the next relationship, or the next acquisition will finally be the one that completes the picture. But the goalpost always inevitably moves. The moment you acquire the fragment, the thrill instantly fades, and the ego immediately generates a new desperate craving, whispering that the previous achievement is no longer enough to guarantee your peace. It is an exhausting, completely unwinnable game, designed by the illusions of the temporal world to keep you perpetually running on a treadmill of profound dissatisfaction. The reason this game can never be won is deeply, wonderfully spiritual. The supreme creator of the heavens and the earth did not design your eternal, magnificent soul to be satisfied by the scattered, broken reflections of the world. He designed you to be satisfied only by the light itself. You possess a massive, infinite capacity for joy, and when you try to fill an infinite, God-sized space in your heart with finite, limited, easily digestible earthly fragments, you will always constantly and agonizingly come up entirely empty. You are trying to illuminate a massive dark cathedral with a single flickering match, and you are lying awake crying because you are still surrounded by shadows. You must realize in the deep, non-judgmental quiet of this room that your true happiness absolutely does not come from assembling the perfect life. It comes from the profound, beautiful discipline of recognizing the one who is the source of all perfection. Boethius concluded that the ultimate good, the only true, lasting happiness, is found entirely and exclusively in the Creator. He is the single, undivided source of everything your heart so desperately craves. Consider the magnificent, quiet, unfolding order of the cosmos. The deep, unshakable peace you seek is not hidden in tomorrow's success. It is resting perfectly, completely, and eternally in the one who authored tomorrow. The security you crave is not found in a bank account. It is found in the absolute, flawless providence of the Sustainer. The validation you seek is not found in the applause of the crowd. It is found in the intimate, loving gaze of the Master Architect. When you finally truly internalize this reality, the heavy, suffocating anxiety of your incomplete life completely shatters. True happiness is not the accumulation of fragments. True happiness is the state of absolute sufficiency. It is the profound, beautiful realization that in possessing a connection to the One, you already possess absolutely everything. Actively, we consciously begin the physical process of abandoning the frantic search right now. Imagine that heavy, complicated puzzle you have been trying to assemble in your mind. Imagine the thousands of tiny, frustrating pieces of your worldly ambitions, your social fears, and your desperate desires. Now, with a slow, deliberate, and deeply relieving motion of your mind, sweep the entire puzzle completely off the table. Watch the pieces scatter into the dark. The exhausting, impossible task of perfectly engineering your own happiness is absolutely, unequivocally over. You are officially off duty. Speak to your own racing, terrified mind in the absolute quiet of the dark. Tell it, I am not a collection of achievements. My ultimate joy is not dependent on the shifting fragments of the world. Or I am completely resigning from the exhausting job of trying to build my own heaven on earth. I find my complete, undivided, and eternal sufficiency entirely in the perfect, capable hands of the One who created me. Feel the profound, physical translation of this surrender as it washes over your tired body right now. Bring your attention to the center of your chest, right where the sharp, burning knot of your dissatisfaction resides. Send a wave of cool, soothing, absolute completeness straight into that knot. Imagine the tight, vibrating strings of your desperate cravings, snapping one by one. As they snap, feel your physical body growing exponentially heavier. You are no longer being pulled in 1,000 different directions by the exhausting artificial demands of your earthly ambitions. Carry without the crushing weight of the false search for happiness. Pulling your mind into the chaotic future, your true consciousness naturally begins to sink. Your jaw, which has been fiercely grinding with the stress of acquisition, falls completely slack. The rigid defensive posture of your spine melts away, entirely allowing your back to sink heavily, deeply, and comfortably into the soft support of the mattress. Your hands, which have been tightly clenched, as if trying to hold on to shifting sand, fall completely open by your sides. You are empty-handed, and for the first time in a very long time, you realize that being empty-handed is the exact posture required to receive the infinite. The dark room around you is completely devoid of striving. There is nothing to achieve. Here, there is nothing to acquire. Here, and there is absolutely nothing to complete. There is only the vast, sweeping, awe-inspiring presence of the infinite and the profound, heavy, beautiful silence of a consciousness that has finally entirely yielded to the absolute sufficiency of the Creator. You do not need to carry the heavy, frustrating puzzle pieces of your worldly desires into the sacred sanctuary of your sleep. Leave them in the dust. They are useless here. Sink completely into the soft, welcoming gravity of your bed, completely devoid of the heavy, tracking chains of incomplete joy. You are unburdened, you are infinitely satisfied, and you are beautifully, peacefully empty, perfectly ready to be carried softly and effortlessly into the deep, restorative currents of sleep. The discipline of detachment. Bring your quiet, heavy awareness directly to the muscles of your forearms, down through your wrists, and all the way into the very tips of your fingers. As you lie in the absolute, uninterrupted darkness of your room, notice if there is a phantom tension lingering in your hands, even though you're holding absolutely nothing physical. Right now, your hands might feel cramped, tight and exhausted, as if they have been fiercely gripping a heavy, rough rope all day long. This invisible, agonizing tension is not a physical ailment. It is the direct, somatic manifestation of your mind's relentless, terrified refusal to let go. You are lying awake, suffering in the dark because your ego, the anxious, terrified false self, is completely obsessed with the exhausting act of clinging. You are suffering from the crushing, impossible burden of attachment. You are lying in your bed, perfectly safe from the elements, yet your mind is suspended over a terrifying abyss because you are desperately gripping the rapidly spinning rim of the temporal world. You are holding on to the memory of yesterday, desperately trying to freeze it in play. You are holding on to the exact image of what you want. Tomorrow, to look like, terrified that if you loosen your grip for even a fraction of a second, your future will shatter. You are clutching your relationships, your wealth, your titles, and your carefully constructed plans with white-knuckled desperation. You are awake because you are fighting the massive, unstoppable momentum of the universe, and the sheer, breathtaking friction of that resistance is tearing your peace apart. The wise seeker, Boethius, writing from the absolute, freezing deprivation of his tiny prison cell, understood the terrifying, toxic nature of this desperate clinging better than any man alive. When the sudden violent decree of the emperor stripped him of his massive wealth, his sprawling estates, his political power, and his freedom, the pain he experienced was not actually caused by the loss of the objects themselves. In the quiet, piercing clarity of his exile, the God-given light of pure wisdom entered his cell and revealed a magnificent, earth-shattering truth. The agony of loss is entirely generated by the violence of your own grip. Boethius realized that when the massive cosmic wheel of fortune inevitably turns, the things of the world are naturally, effortlessly carried away. But if you have chained your heart to those passing things, if you have wrapped your identity tightly around them, you will be violently dragged through the dirt when they depart. He saw that his profound suffering was the direct result of his own refusal to open his hands. He was like a man holding a heavy, rusted iron chain that was attached to a runaway horse screaming in agony as his hands bled, completely forgetting that he had the power to simply let go of the chain. He realized that the ultimate unshakable peace he so desperately craved could only be found through one profound, deeply necessary practice, the discipline of detachment. You are lying awake tonight because your false self has convinced you that letting go is an act of terrifying vulnerability. The ego whispers to you in the dark that if you detach from your worries, if you stop obsessing over your finances, if you stop desperately managing your reputation, you will fall into a chaotic, empty void. It tells you that your tight, exhausting grip is the only thing holding your fragile life together. But the quiet, ancient wisdom of the night tells you the exact, beautiful opposite. Detachment is not a terrifying free fall into the void. It is the breathtaking, magnificent release from a torture device of your own making. Think about the profound, exhausting irony of your attachment tonight. You are trying to find ultimate security by anchoring your soul to things that are inherently designed to break, fade, rust, and disappear. You are clinging to the outermost, fastest, most violently moving rim of the Wheel of Fortune. The outer rim is where the storms of the economy rage. It is where the unpredictable opinions of the crowd constantly shift. It is where the physical body ages and where earthly plans inevitably crumble. When you attach your deepest sense of peace to the outer rim, you are guaranteeing your own constant, dizzying nausea. You are guaranteeing your own insomnia, because the rim never ever stops spinning. To break the suffocating, vibrating grip of this anxiety, tonight you must radically, completely understand that detachment is not apathy. It is not a cold, unfeeling rejection of the world. True, spiritual detachment is a profound, beautiful, and deeply focused realignment of your trust. It is the conscious, deliberate decision to pry your desperate fingers off the fragile, spinning rim of the created world so that you can finally safely fall into the quiet, unmoving, and indestructible center of the Creator. Of the supreme architect of the cosmos did not design your eternal magnificent soul to be dragged behind the chaotic chariot of temporal events. He designed you to rest perfectly, securely, and peacefully in His unshakable will. When you practice the discipline of detachment, you are simply acknowledging reality. You do not own the world. You cannot control the world. And you absolutely do not need the world to be perfect in order to experience the profound, infinite peace of the One, the heavy, crushing exhaustion in your bones. Right now is the natural, inevitable friction of a finite creature trying to hold onto shifting sand. And the beautiful, merciful, liberating truth of this quiet night is that you absolutely do not have to hold on anymore. To find the deep, heavy, restorative sleep your body is desperately begging for tonight, you must radically, completely let go of the rim. You must willingly, consciously open your hands. The act of falling asleep is the ultimate biological manifestation of detachment. It is the exact defining moment when you voluntarily release your tight, burning grip on your waking life, trusting completely that the universe will hold you, sustain you, and manage the world flawlessly while you rest. Actively, consciously begin the physical process of this profound detachment right now. Bring your awareness back to your hands resting upon the bed. In the quiet theater of your mind, visualize the heavy, rough rope of your worldly attachments. See the rope of your financial anxiety. See the rope of your social fears. See the rope of your desperate need to control tomorrow. Your fingers are cramped and locked tight around these imaginary burdens. Your knuckles white with the exhausting effort of holding on. Now, listen to the gentle, merciful, and absolute invitation of the dark room around you. The night is asking you to stop pulling. With a slow, deliberate, and deeply relieving exhalation, simply uncurl your fingers. Open your hands completely. Let the heavy, burning ropes slip entirely from your grasp. You do not need to pull them anymore. You do not need to fight the massive, unstoppable momentum of time. Let the ropes fall away into the deep, bottomless void of the night, vanishing entirely into the unseen shadows. Speak to your own racing, terrified mind in the absolute quiet of your room. Tell it, I am not the anchor of the world. I completely resign from the exhausting, impossible job of trying to hold my temporary life in place. I release my grip on the rim. I surrender my desperate, exhausting attachments, and I let myself fall entirely, beautifully, and safely into the perfect, unmoving center of the Creator's care. Feel the profound, rushing, physical translation of this detachment as it washes over your tired body right now. As you let go of the rim, the violent, vibrating friction in your nervous system instantly ceases. The burning tension in your forearms and your shoulders completely evaporates. You are no longer fighting the spin. Without the crushing, agonizing effort of holding on, your physical form begins to sink incredibly, beautifully deep into the mattress. You are sliding away from the loud, chaotic, terrifying speed of the outer edge. You are migrating down the quiet spokes of the wheel, moving closer and closer to the profound, silent, eternal axis of the universe. The dark room around you is a sacred, silent space where your worldly attachments are absolutely, beautifully powerless. There is absolutely nothing here to cling to. There is absolutely nothing here to defend. The heavy, exhaustive inventory of your life has been completely left outside the door. There is only the vast, sweeping, awe-inspiring presence of the infinite and the profound, heavy, beautiful silence of a consciousness that has finally, entirely yielded its grip to the source of all true freedom. Sink completely into the soft, welcoming gravity of your bed, completely devoid of the heavy, dragging chains of attachment. Notice how deeply, incredibly satisfying this pure or unadulterated release actually feels. It is the breathtaking relief of a bird that has finally stopped fighting the hurricane and has allowed the massive quiet eye of the storm to simply carry it. You are perfectly centered. You are entirely unburdened. You are infinitely supported by the unshakable reality of the true sovereign. And you are beautifully, peacefully empty, perfectly ready to let the gentle, massive, irresistible tide of the universe carry you softly and deeply into a heavy, dreamless sleep. The medicine of adversity waking up to truth. Draw your quiet, heavy awareness to the subtle, lingering aches hidden deep within your physical body right now. Notice the dull, quiet throb in your lower back or the tight, sensitive tension wrapped around your ribs. Pay attention to the way your body instinctively recoils, even in the absolute safety of the dark, from the memory of physical or emotional pain. You are lying entirely still, yet your nervous system is vibrating with a profound defensive resistance. You are awake tonight because your mind is fiercely, exhaustingly fighting against the presence of a recent hardship. You are suffering from the crushing, impossible burden of completely misunderstanding your own pain. You are lying in the shadows, analyzing a sudden loss, a bitter disappointment, or a terrifying obstacle that has blocked your path, and you are viewing it as a catastrophic, cruel malfunction of the universe. You are asking the quiet dark with a deep, breathless, and agonizing sense of betrayal. Why is this happening to me? Why must I endure this profound discomfort? If the Creator is infinitely merciful, or why has He allowed this bitter, stinging wind to blow through the carefully constructed rooms of my life? The wise seeker Boethius, writing from the absolute, freezing deprivation of his tiny prison cell, faced this exact terrifying question as he awaited his execution. He had been violently ripped from a life of unparalleled ease, staggering wealth and universal admiration, and thrown onto the hard, unforgiving stone of absolute ruin. Initially, he wept with a bitter, consuming rage. He viewed his adversity as the ultimate, unforgivable curse. He felt the exact same breathless, panicked rejection of hardship that is currently keeping your eyes wide open in the dark. He believed that the universe had turned against him, that his sudden suffering was a sign of total abandonment by the divine. But in the quiet, piercing clarity of his exile, the God-given light of pure wisdom entered his cold cell and revealed a magnificent, earth-shattering truth that completely reversed the gravity of his suffering. Adversity is absolutely not a punishment. It is the most potent, most necessary, and most profoundly merciful medicine the universe can ever prescribe to a sleeping soul. Boethius realized that your ego, the anxious, terrified false self, has tragically, completely confused what's actually good for you with what merely feels comfortable. The ego believes that an unbroken, continuous string of worldly successes, endless wealth, and frictionless ease is the ultimate blessing. But wisdom showed Boethius that prolonged, uninterrupted prosperity is actually a highly dangerous, sweet-tasting spiritual anesthetic. Son, when the massive wheel of fortune carries you upward for too long, when your bank account is always full, when your health is unchallenged, and when the crowd constantly applauds you, a terrifying silent transformation takes place. You fall completely, disastrously asleep to the truth. Prosperity lulls you into a deep spiritual coma. It binds your heart to the temporary physical world with 1,000 invisible, silken threads. You begin to tragically mistake the hotel room of this earthly life for your permanent eternal home. You begin to believe that the people who surround your wealth are your true friends, completely blind to the fact that they are merely friends of your fortune. Most dangerously, the heavy, sweet fog of constant comfort makes you forget your absolute, total dependence upon the Creator. You begin to believe the magnificent, arrogant lie that you are the architect of your own safety. Think about the profound, exhausting irony of your resistance tonight. You are violently fighting the very thing that was sent to save your life. The false self screams that the sudden hardship, the loss of income, the broken relationship, or the public failure is a tragedy that must be reversed. But the quiet, ancient wisdom of the night tells you the truth. The hardship was the sudden, sharp, freezing blast of winter air, necessary to wake you up before you froze to death in your sleep. The supreme architect of the cosmos, the great physician of your soul, does not inflict pain out of malice. He permits adversity out of a desperate, perfect, and infinite love. When he sees that you are drowning in the sweet or toxic illusions of the material world, when he sees that you have chained your magnificent eternal consciousness to things that are destined to turn to dust, he intervenes. He sends the bitter medicine of hardship to violently, mercifully shatter the illusion. When the wealth vanishes, the false friends instantly disappear, leaving you with the profound clarity of knowing who actually loves you. when the carefully constructed plans crumble. The terrifying illusion of your own control is shattered, forcing you to finally desperately lean your entire weight upon the unshakable rock of the divine. Adversity burns away the heavy, suffocating chaff of your worldly attachments, leaving only the pure, indestructible, eternal gold of your true essence. You are awake tonight, suffering and tossing in the dark, because you are trapped in a bitter, exhausting struggle with the great physician. He has handed you a small cup of incredibly bitter, dark medicine, perfectly formulated to cure the specific, fatal spiritual disease of your worldly attachments. But instead of drinking it, you are clenching your jaw, thrashing your head from side to side and screaming at the doctor. You are exhausted because you are fighting the cure. You are violently demanding that he give you back the sweet, cloying poison of your previous comforts, completely unaware that those comforts were slowly destroying your connection to the infinite. The heavy, crushing exhaustion in your bones right now is the natural, inevitable result of a finite creature trying to reject the flawless, perfect prescription of the Creator. You are not built to understand the complex, hidden chemistry of your own spiritual healing. You are not designed to read the medical chart of your own eternal soul. And the beautiful, merciful, liberating truth of this quiet night is that you absolutely do not have to. To find the deep, heavy, restorative sleep your body is desperately begging for tonight, you must radically, completely change your relationship with the pain of your current circumstances. You must willingly, consciously stop fighting the medicine. The act of falling asleep is the ultimate biological surrender to the healing process. It is the exact defining moment when you voluntarily stop analyzing the bitter taste in your mouth and you simply swallow the cure, trusting completely that the great physician knows exactly what he is doing. Actively, you consciously begin the physical process of accepting the medicine right now. Bring your awareness to your jaw, which is likely clamped tightly shut, a physical barrier against the unwanted realities of your life. In the quiet theater of your mind, acknowledge the profound, stinging discomfort of your current hardship. Look directly at the loss, the failure, or the obstacle that is keeping you awake. Do not try to paint it in false, cheerful colors. Acknowledge its bitterness. And then with a slow, deliberate, and deeply relieving exhalation, intentionally soften your jaw. Part your teeth just slightly. Imagine that you are finally, bravely taking the bitter cup from the hands of the unseen universe. You are drinking it down. You are allowing the sharp, cold reality of your adversity to wash completely through your system. Now you are no longer spitting it out. You are no longer demanding that your life be entirely free of friction. Speak to your own racing, terrified, resistant mind in the absolute quiet of your room. Tell it, I accept this bitter medicine. I completely resign from the exhausting, impossible job of demanding a life without pain. I surrender my desperate, exhausting need for constant worldly comfort. I welcome the profound, awakening clarity of this hardship, and I trust the perfect, flawless, and loving expertise of the one who prescribed it. Feel the profound, rushing, physical translation of this acceptance as it washes over your tired body right now. As you stop fighting the medicine, the violent, vibrating friction of your resistance completely, miraculously evaporates. The deep aching tension in your lower back simply melts away because you are no longer bracing yourself against the blows of reality. The tight, sensitive armor around your ribs completely dissolves allowing your chest to expand fully, taking in long, slow, massive breaths of the quiet night air. You are no longer a frantic, terrified patient fighting the hands of the healer. You are no longer a bitter victim screaming at the storm. You are returning to your natural, beautiful, and perfectly safe state of profound submission. You are stepping out of the loud, demanding, terrifying illusion of your own worldly independence, and you are sinking down, deep down, into the soft, cool, profound sanctuary of absolute reliance upon the Creator. The universe does not need you to cure yourself tonight. The medicine is already working its way through your system, quietly severing the toxic chains of your attachments, clearing the fog from your mind, and preparing you for a deeper, truer, and infinitely more unshakable peace when the morning comes. The dark room around you is a sacred, silent recovery ward. It is a space where the chaotic, shifting fortunes of the temporal world have absolutely no power to harm you. There is absolutely nothing here to fight. There is absolutely no one here to impress with your strength. There is only the vast, sweeping, awe-inspiring presence of the infinite, the great physician sitting quietly in the dark beside your bed, watching over your rest with a perfect, unsleeping vigilance. Sink completely into the soft, welcoming gravity of your mattress, completely devoid of the heavy, dragging chains of resistance. Notice how deeply, incredibly satisfying this pure, unadulterated acceptance actually feels. It is the peace of a soldier who has finally laid down his heavy, rusted weapons and realized that the war is entirely over. You are perfectly centered. You are entirely unburdened. You are infinitely loved and protected by the perfect wisdom of the true sovereign. And you are beautifully, peacefully empty, perfectly ready to let the gentle, massive, irresistible tide of the universe carry you softly and deeply into a heavy, dreamless sleep. The view from eternity, how God sees time. Bring your quiet, exhausted awareness to the exact physical sensation of your breath moving in and out of your lungs. In this very specific, fleeting second, notice the cool air entering your nose, the slight, effortless expansion of your ribs, and the warm, the heavy release of the exhalation. This single isolated breath is the only thing that is actually happening right now. Yet as you lie here, in the absolute, uninterrupted darkness of your room, your mind is violently refusing to stay in this breath. You are lying physically still, but internally, you are being violently stretched across the infinite, terrifying expanse of time. You are suffering from the crushing, impossible burden of temporal anxiety. You are a time traveler, and your vessel is completely out of control. Your ego, the anxious, terrified false self, is simultaneously dragging you backward into the heavy, unchangeable concrete of the past and violently pulling you forward into the dark, terrifying, unwritten fog of the future. You are agonizing over a conversation you had 5 years ago and feeling the fresh sting of a regret that is absolutely, technically dead. And in the very next heartbeat, you are launching your mind. 10 years into the future, desperately trying to calculate how you will survive a financial crisis that absolutely does not exist. You are utterly exhausted because you are trying to spread your finite, fragile consciousness across a timeline that is far too massive for your human frame to hold. The wise seeker, Boethius, writing from the absolute, freezing deprivation of his tiny prison cell, faced the ultimate terror of the timeline. He was an innocent man condemned to die, and his ego, was completely understandably obsessed with the terrifying future. He sat in the dark, his heart hammering against his ribs, staring at the invisible calendar in his mind, counting down the days until his execution. While he was being crushed by the unbearable weight of tomorrow, he felt the exact same breathless, panicked dread of the unknown that is currently keeping your eyes wide open in the dark. But in the quiet, piercing clarity of his exile, the God-given light of pure wisdom entered his cold cell and revealed a magnificent, earth-shattering truth about the nature of the Creator that completely shattered the illusion of time. You are terrified of the future because you cannot see it. But the Creator is not waiting for tomorrow. He is already there. Boethius realized that your ego, tragically, completely misunderstands how the Supreme Architect interacts with time. You are a finite creature, trapped in the narrow, moving corridor of the present moment. You experience time, exactly like a man walking down a long, winding, a dusty road at the bottom of a deep valley. You can only see the few feet of dirt directly in front of you. The road behind you fades into the mist, and the road ahead of you is completely hidden by a massive, terrifying mountain. When you look at the future, you see only a blind corner. You assume that because you cannot see what is around the bend, the universe itself is blind, chaotic, and guessing. But wisdom asked Boethius to radically, completely elevate his perspective. Imagine the one who created the valley. The Supreme Creator does not walk on the dusty road of time. He stands upon the absolute, highest, unmoving peak of eternity. From the staggering, infinite vantage point of the eternal, there is no past. There is no present, and there is absolutely no future. There is only a single, massive, unchanging, and perfect now. The Creator looks down from the peak and sees the entire road, from the very beginning of the cosmos to the final breath of the universe, in a single, flawless, simultaneous glance. He does not predict what will happen to you tomorrow. He does not guess how your problems will be solved next year. In His infinite, magnificent reality, your tomorrow is already happening before His eyes, perfectly held, perfectly known, and perfectly managed. Think about the profound, exhausting irony of your anxiety tonight. You are lying in your bed, sweating in the dark, frantically trying to illuminate the terrifying unknown, void of next week with the tiny, flickering, dying flashlight of your own finite intellect. You are trying to plan for a million different catastrophic variables, completely unaware that the future you are so terrified of is already brilliantly, perfectly illuminated by the light of the One. The heavy, crushing exhaustion in your bones right now is the natural, inevitable result of a temporal creature trying to forcefully seize the vision of eternity. You are not built to see around the bend in the road. You are not designed to carry the heavy, impossible weight of tomorrow before the sun even rises. And the beautiful, merciful, liberating truth of this quiet night is that you absolutely do not have to find the deep, heavy, restorative sleep your body is desperately begging for tonight. You must radically, completely drop the calendar. You must willingly, consciously stop time traveling. The act of falling asleep is the ultimate, biological surrender of the timeline. It is the exact and defining moment when you voluntarily turn off the calculating, predicting machinery of your ego, and you pull your magnificent, tired consciousness out of the ghostly past, out of the phantom future, and entirely beautifully into the only place where reality actually exists, the absolute, dead center of the present second. Actively, consciously begin the physical process of gathering yourself back from the timeline right now. Bring your awareness to your physical limbs. Imagine that heavy, invisible, elastic cords are currently tied to your wrists and your ankles. One set of cords is pulling you backward into the regrets of yesterday. The other set is violently pulling you forward into the fears of tomorrow. You are suspended in an agonizing, exhausting state of tension. Now, listen to the gentle, unmerciful invitation of the dark room around you with a slow, deliberate, and deeply relieving exhalation. Imagine taking a pair of heavy, iron shears and violently, decisively cutting those cords. Snap. The past falls away. The mistakes you made today, the things you wish you had said, the embarrassments of a decade ago. They instantly lose their grip on your body and vanish into the absolute void of history. You cannot change them, and you absolutely do not have to carry their corpses into your bed. Snap. The future falls away. The meeting on Monday, the financial deadline next month, the entirely imaginary catastrophes your ego invented, they are completely severed from your nervous system. They do not exist right now. Tomorrow is completely, securely, and flawlessly held in the eternal vision of the Creator, and it does not require a single ounce of your midnight supervision. Feel the profound, rushing, physical translation of this release as it washes over your tired body. Right now, as the heavy cords of time are cut, the violent, stretching tension in your spine completely, miraculously evaporates. Your shoulders, which have been pulled up around your ears, in a posture of terrified anticipation, drop heavily and permanently into the soft support of the mattress. Your forehead, tightly wrinkled from trying to squint into the dark fog of the future, smooths out entirely, becoming as flat and peaceful as a quiet lake at midnight. You are no longer a frantic time traveler violently torn between two non-existent worlds. You are no longer a terrified, finite mind, trying to outsmart the eternal calendar of the universe. You are returning to your natural, beautiful, and perfectly safe state of profound presence. You are stepping out of the loud, demanding, terrifying timeline of the ego, and you are sinking down, deep down into the soft, cool, profound sanctuary of the eternal now. The universe does not need you to figure out tomorrow tonight. Tomorrow is absolutely none of your business. The Supreme Architect is already there, standing in the exact moment of your future anxiety, holding the solution perfectly in his hands. The dark room around you is a sacred, silent monument to the present moment. It is a space where the ticking of the clock is absolutely beautifully meaningless. There is no rush here. There is absolutely no deadline here. There is only the vast, sweeping, awe-inspiring presence of the infinite and the profound, heavy, yet beautiful silence of a consciousness that has finally entirely yielded. The timeline to the Master of Time. Sink completely into the soft, welcoming gravity of your bed, completely devoid of the heavy, dragging chains of the past and the future. Notice how deeply, incredibly satisfying this pure, unadulterated presence actually feels. It is the peace of finally stopping the exhausting run. You are perfectly centered in this exact, specific, quiet breath. You are entirely unburdened. You are infinitely protected by the perfect, all-seeing vision of the true sovereign. and you are beautifully, peacefully empty, perfectly ready to let the gentle, massive, irresistible tide of the universe carry you softly and deeply into a heavy, dreamless sleep. The power of prayer. Bring your quiet, a heavy awareness directly to the center of your throat and notice the subtle, almost imperceptible tension resting at the very base of your tongue. As you lie here in the absolute, uninterrupted darkness of your room, your physical lips are completely closed. The muscles of your jaw are entirely still, and the room around you is perfectly, beautifully silent. Yet, despite this profound external quiet, you are completely exhausted, because internally you have not stopped talking for a single second. You are lying awake because your ego, the anxious, terrified false self, has trapped you in a relentless, echoing, and entirely closed loop of frantic internal monologue. You are suffering from the crushing, impossible burden of talking to yourself. You are pacing the invisible floors of your own mind, endlessly narrating your fears, rehearsing arguments that will never happen, and frantically whispering your anxieties to an audience of one. You are the terrified speaker and you are the exhausted listener. You are bringing the massive, complex, terrifying problems of your waking life to the tiny, limited, finite tribunal of your own intellect, desperately demanding a solution. You are wide awake because you are trapped in an echo chamber, and the sheer, breathtaking noise of your own panicked voice bouncing off the walls of your skull is completely destroying your peace. The wise seeker Boethius, riding from the absolute, freezing deprivation of his tiny prison cell, in Pavia understood the terrifying, deafening noise of this internal echo chamber better than anyone. When he was a man of staggering wealth and massive political power, his voice commanded the attention of the entire Roman Empire. He spoke to senates, he advised kings, and his words literally moved armies. But when the massive wheel of fortune violently turned and he was thrown into a cold, solitary cell, his audience completely vanished. He was left entirely alone in the dark. Initially, his mind became a chaotic, screaming room. He endlessly debated his own innocence. He cursed his betrayers, and he frantically tried to argue his way out of his fate using only his own internal monologue. He felt the exact same, breathless, panicked mental exhaustion that is currently keeping your eyes wide open in the dark. But in the quiet, piercing clarity of his exile, at the very culmination of his profound philosophical journey, the God-given light of pure wisdom entered his cell and revealed a magnificent, and earth-shattering truth. Worry is nothing more than praying to your own fears, and true peace can only be found when you completely redirect that dialogue toward the infinite listener. Boethius realized that the human soul was absolutely not designed to bear the crushing weight of existence by talking to itself. When you worry in the dark, you are taking your profound existential dread and handing it over to your false self, an entity that is just as blind, just as terrified, and just as powerless as you feel in this exact moment. You are asking a drowning man to build a boat. You are asking a terrified prisoner how to pick a heavy iron lock. It is an exhausting, completely futile exercise that only magnifies your panic. Wisdom showed Boethius that while the physical doors of his cell were locked, and while the human audience had entirely abandoned him, the vertical axis of his soul was completely, magnificently wide open. He realized that the supreme creator of the cosmos, the master architect who holds the turning galaxies and the depths of the oceans. In the palm of his hand is an unsleeping, eternal, and perfectly attentive listener. Think about the profound, exhausting irony of your insomnia tonight. You are lying in your bed, sweating in the dark, desperately trying to solve the massive equations of your future, all by yourself, completely ignoring the fact that you have direct, unfiltered, and immediate access to the one who actually wrote the equations. You are suffering under the delusion of profound cosmic isolation. The false self whispers that you are entirely alone, that no one understands the specific, a sharp pain in your chest, and that if you do not fiercely advocate for your own survival, in the dark you will be completely forgotten by the universe. But the quiet, ancient wisdom of the night tells you the magnificent truth. You are absolutely, fundamentally, and beautifully never alone. The one who breathed your eternal consciousness into existence is closer to you than the very vein in your neck. He hears the quietest, most fragile whisper of your exhausted heart, even when you do not have the physical strength to form the words. Boethius concluded his immense philosophical realization by declaring that because the Creator sees all of time from the unmoving peak of eternity, our prayers are never ever in vain. The act of reaching out to the unseen is not a desperate shout into a dark, empty void. It is the precise, fundamental mechanism by which a finite, exhausted human soul aligns itself with the perfect, flawless, and protective will of the infinite. When you pray, when you consciously, deliberately shift your dialogue away from your own ego and direct it toward the Creator, you are not merely asking for a favor. You are actively, physically transferring the crushing weight of your life off your own fragile shoulders and placing it entirely into the unshakable hands of the Divine. The heavy crushing exhaustion in your bones right now is the natural, inevitable result of a temporal creature trying to carry a burden that was specifically designed to be carried by God. You are not built to hold the entire world in your mind. You are not designed to be the ultimate problem solver of your own destiny. And the beautiful, merciful, and liberating truth of this quiet night is that you absolutely do not have to be to find the deep, heavy, restorative sleep. Your body is desperately begging for tonight. You must radically, completely break the closed loop of your internal monologue. You must willingly, consciously open the roof of your mind to the stars. The act of falling asleep is the ultimate, biological surrender to the unseen. It is the exact defining moment when you voluntarily stop talking to your own terrified ego and you whisper your final, quietest surrender to the Master of all things. Actively, consciously begin the physical process of this profound dialogue right now. Bring your awareness back to your throat, to the tight, aching vocal cords that have been silently vibrating with the stress of your worries all day. In the quiet theater of your mind, visualize the chaotic, echoing room of your own internal thoughts. See the walls of the echo chamber. Now, with a slow, deliberate, and deeply relieving exhalation, imagine those walls simply falling away. The ceiling opens up to the vast, breathtaking, infinite expanse of the night sky. You are no longer trapped in a small room with your own fears. You are resting beneath the majestic, open gaze of the Creator. Speak to the infinite listener in the absolute quiet of your room. You do not need to use loud words. You do not need to construct a perfect, articulate argument. The Creator does not require your eloquence. He only requires your absolute, unvarnished sincerity. Tell him in the quiet, silent language of your own soul, I am completely exhausted. I cannot carry the weight of tomorrow. I cannot solve the complex, shifting problems of my life. I completely resign from the terrifying job of talking to my own fears. I hand every single one of my burdens, my anxieties, and my hopes entirely over to you. Feel the profound, rushing physical translation of this ultimate transfer of weight as it washes over your tired body right now. As you direct your voice outward and upward, the violent, vibrating noise in your head completely, miraculously evaporates. The deep, agonizing tension in the back of your neck simply melts away because you're no longer bowing your head to the false idols of your own anxiety. The tight, sensitive armor around your chest completely dissolves, allowing your heart to beat with a slow, steady, and incredibly peaceful rhythm. You are no longer a frantic, terrified prisoner whispering to the walls of a dark cell. You are no longer an isolated, exhausted mind trying to navigate the chaotic ocean of the world without a compass. You are returning to your natural, beautiful, and perfectly safe state of profound connection. You are stepping out of the loud, demanding, terrifying isolation of the false self, and you are sinking down, deep down into the soft, cool, profound sanctuary of divine communion. The universe does not need you to figure it all out tonight. The listener has heard your quietest plea. He has accepted the heavy files of your earthly worries, and he has securely locked them away in the flawless vault of his eternal providence. The dark room around you is a sacred, silent sanctuary of answered peace. It is a space where the chaotic, shifting fortunes of the temporal world have absolutely no power to reach you, but because you have placed your soul completely out of their jurisdiction. There is absolutely nothing left for you to say. The exhausting debate is completely over. There is only the vast, sweeping, awe-inspiring presence of the infinite, sitting quietly in the dark beside your bed, wrapping you in an unshakable, flawless, and perfectly loving silence. Sink completely into the soft, welcoming gravity of your mattress, completely devoid of the heavy, dragging chains of your own internal monologue. Notice how deeply, incredibly satisfying this pure, unadulterated silence actually feels. It is the peace of a child who has finally stopped crying in the dark because they feel the heavy, warm, protective hand of their guardian resting gently upon their head. You are perfectly centered. You are entirely unburdened. You are infinitely heard by the perfect wisdom of the true sovereign. And you are beautifully, peacefully empty, perfectly ready to let the gentle, massive, irresistible tide of the universe carry you softly and deeply into a heavy, dreamless sleep. The freedom of the will. Bring your heavy, quiet awareness to the physical boundaries of the bed beneath you and to the sensation of the blankets resting across your limbs. Notice how, in the grip of profound insomnia, this soft, comfortable space can suddenly feel exactly like a cage. You are lying entirely still, but you feel completely, suffocatingly trapped. You feel pinned down by the heavy, immovable circumstances of your waking life. Your mind is racing through a terrifying maze of dead ends. You are analyzing a financial problem you cannot currently solve, a relationship you cannot currently fix, or a set of worldly obligations that you cannot simply walk away from. You are awake tonight because your ego, the anxious, terrified false self, has convinced you that you have absolutely no options left. You are suffering from the crushing, impossible burden of perceived powerlessness. You are lying in the dark, staring blindly into the shadows, deeply paralyzed by the belief that you are merely a helpless victim of the universe. You are looking at the massive turning wheel of fortune, watching the heavy events of the world unfold, and you are whispering to yourself in the absolute quiet of your room, I have no control. I have no choice. The circumstances of my life are dictating my misery, and there is absolutely nothing I can do to escape this anxiety. The wise seeker, Boethius, writing from the absolute, freezing deprivation of his tiny prison cell in Pavia, understood the terrifying, suffocating illusion of this powerlessness better than any human being alive. If anyone in the ancient world had the undeniable, objective right to declare themselves entirely stripped of their freedom, it was him. He was a man, accustomed to walk in the vast sprawling halls of marble palaces, now physically confined to a few square feet of damp, freezing stone. Heavy iron shackles literally bound his wrists and his ankles. He could not choose what he ate. He could not choose who he spoke to. And he could not choose whether he would live or die. The temporal world had aggressively, violently stripped him of every single external freedom a man could possibly possess. He initially sat in the dark, completely crushed by the paralyzing terror of his own helplessness. He felt the exact same breathless, panicked claustrophobia that is currently tightening your chest. But in the quiet, piercing clarity of his exile, at the very depths of his profound philosophical journey, the God-given light of pure wisdom entered his cell and revealed a magnificent, earth-shattering truth. External circumstances can bind your physical body and alter your worldly fortunes, but absolutely nothing in the entire created cosmos has the power to bind the sovereign freedom of your own will. Boethius realized that your ego, tragically, completely misunderstands the true definition of freedom. The false self believes that freedom is the ability to perfectly control the external world, the ability to dictate the economy, manage the opinions of others, and flawlessly execute your earthly plans. When those external things inevitably fail, the ego declares that you are a prisoner. But wisdom showed Boethius that true, indestructible freedom operates on an entirely different axis. The Supreme Creator, the Master Architect of the universe, orchestrates the grand, unfolding tapestry of providence. He governs the rising of the sun, the shifting of the seasons, and the complex, interlocking events of your physical life. You cannot choose what happens to you on the outer rim of the wheel, but the Creator, in His infinite, breathtaking majesty, granted the human soul one sacred, untouchable domain, the inner citadel of your own response. You and you alone possess the absolute, unshakable power to choose how you will align your internal state with the external reality ordained by the divine. Think about the profound, exhausting irony of your sleeplessness tonight. You are lying in your bed, sweating in the dark, using your magnificent, God-given free will to actively choose panic. You are actively, consciously choosing to fight a war against circumstances that you cannot change. You are using the absolute, supreme power of your own consciousness to grip the hot, burning iron of resentment, and then you are crying out in agony because your hands are burning. The false self whispers that your anxiety is happening to you, that it is an unavoidable consequence of your difficult life. But the quiet, ancient wisdom of the night tells you the hard, merciful truth. You're suffering. In this exact moment is a choice. You are a deeply powerful, autonomous, spiritual being, and you are currently exercising your freedom to resist the universe. The heavy, crushing exhaustion in your bones. Right now is the natural, inevitable result of the violent friction caused when your tiny, finite human will stubbornly crashes against the massive, perfect, unfolding will of the Creator. You are standing in the middle of a rushing cosmic river, violently demanding that the water flow backward, and you are absolutely exhausted from the effort of standing your ground. But what if you use that exact same sovereign power to choose something else? What if, in the deep, non-judgmental quiet of this room, you radically, completely change the direction of your will? If you have the power to choose resistance, you possess the exact same, equal power to choose surrender. Boethius realized that true peace, the deep, heavy, unshakable rest that your body is so desperately begging for tonight is not found by conquering the world. True peace is found when your will perfectly, seamlessly aligns with the will of the One. When you look at the difficult circumstances of your life, the unchangeable past and the unpredictable future, and you quietly declare, "I accept this," the violent friction instantly disappears. You are no longer fighting the river. You have chosen to float upon its surface, carried effortlessly by the profound, flawless intelligence of the Master Weaver to find the deep, heavy, restorative sleep you crave. Tonight, you must actively, consciously exercise your highest freedom. You must willingly, deliberately step out of the exhausting prison of victimhood. The act of falling asleep is the ultimate biological exercise of free will. It is the exact defining moment when you voluntarily look at the chaotic, demanding, imperfect reality of your waking life, and you intentionally choose to lay down your weapons. It is the moment you choose peace over panic. Actively, consciously begin the physical process of exercising this profound freedom right now. Bring your awareness back to the tight, aching muscles in your shoulders and your neck. This tension is the physical manifestation of your stubborn resistance. It is your body bracing for a fight that your mind is forcing it to wage. In the quiet theater of your mind, recognize that you are the one holding these muscles tight. And because you are the one holding them, you are the only one who has the absolute power to let them go. With a slow, deliberate, and deeply relieving exhalation, and make the sovereign choice to release the tension. Command your shoulders to drop. Command your jaw to soften. Command the tight defensive armor around your chest to completely, beautifully dissolve. Listen to the gentle, merciful invitation of the dark room around you. The night is a blank canvas, completely neutral, waiting for you to decide what state of mind you will inhabit. Speak to your own racing, terrified mind in the absolute quiet of your room. Tell it, "I am not a helpless prisoner of my circumstances. I possess the sovereign freedom to choose my response. I completely resign from the exhausting, impossible job of fighting the reality of my life. I use my absolute free will to choose surrender. I choose to align my heart entirely with the perfect, unshakable, and flawless providence of the Creator. I choose peace." Feel the profound, rushing physical translation of this ultimate choice as it washes over your tired body right now. As you align your will with the universe, the heavy, suffocating illusion of being trapped completely evaporates. You realize that the boundaries of your bed are not the walls of a cage. They are the soft, welcoming perimeter of a sacred sanctuary. The deep, agonizing tension in your lower back simply melts away, because you are no longer bracing yourself against the blows of fate. You have opened the gates of the river, and the cool, soothing waters of acceptance are rushing through your nervous system. You are no longer a frantic, terrified victim raging against the darkness. You are no longer an isolated, exhausted mind trying to forcefully bend the massive architecture of time and space to your own tiny desires. You are returning to your natural, beautiful, and perfectly safe state of profound harmony. You are stepping out of the loud, demanding, terrifying friction of your own resistance, and you are sinking down, deep down, into the soft, cool, profound sanctuary of absolute alignment. The universe does not need you to fight tonight. The events of tomorrow will be flawlessly managed by the Supreme Architect, and he has granted you the magnificent, beautiful permission to simply rest. The dark room around you is a sacred, silent monument to your own spiritual sovereignty. It is a space where the chaotic, shifting fortunes of the temporal world have absolutely no power to dictate your inner peace, because you have consciously, freely decided to anchor your soul to the eternal. There is absolutely nothing left for you to resist. The exhausting rebellion is completely over. There is only the vast, sweeping, awe-inspiring presence of the infinite and the profound, heavy, beautiful silence of a consciousness that has finally entirely yielded its will to the source of all true freedom. Sink completely into the soft, welcoming gravity of your mattress, completely devoid of the heavy, dragging chains of victimhood and resistance. Notice how deeply, incredibly satisfying this pure, unadulterated choice actually feels. It is the peace of a prisoner who has finally looked down at his wrist and realized with breathless awe that the heavy iron shackles have been unlocked. The entire time, you are perfectly centered, you are entirely unburdened, you are infinitely supported by the perfect wisdom of the true sovereign, and you are beautifully, peacefully empty, perfectly ready to let the gentle, massive, irresistible tide of the universe carry you, softly and deeply into a heavy, dreamless sleep. The end of bitterness. Draw your heavy, quiet awareness directly to the very center of your stomach and notice the tight, acidic, and profoundly uncomfortable, not resting just beneath your ribs. As you lie here, in the absolute, uninterrupted darkness of your room, physically insulated from the harsh demands of the waking world. Notice how your body is still actively, violently producing the heavy chemistry of stress. Your throat feels tight, your chest feels bruised, and there is a lingering sour tension in your mouth. You are awake tonight because your ego, the anxious, terrified false self, is forcing you to drink from a deeply toxic, entirely self-created cup. You are suffering from the crushing, impossible, and deeply corrosive burden of bitterness. You are lying in the dark, endlessly replaying a specific outcome in your life that did not go according to your personal plans. You are looking at a closed door, a lost opportunity, a broken relationship, or a sudden, unexpected detour in your timeline, and your mind is screaming a single exhausting phrase into the void. It was not supposed to happen this way. You are completely paralyzed by the agonizing belief that reality has made a terrible, unforgivable mistake. You are wide awake because you are standing in the silent courtroom of your own mind, fiercely cross-examining the universe, demanding a refund for a destiny you feel you were promised but never received. The wise seeker Boethius, writing from the absolute, freezing deprivation of his tiny prison cell in Pavia, understood the terrifying acidic nature of this specific bitterness better than any human being alive. When he first found himself sitting in the dark, stripped of his staggering wealth, his titles, and his freedom, he was not merely sad, he was intensely, violently bitter. He had lived a life of profound virtue. He had served his empire with honor and integrity, and his reward was false accusations, betrayal, and a death sentence. He sat on the cold stone floor and wrote pages upon pages of bitter complaints, crying out against the profound injustice of his fate. He felt the exact same breathless, panicked indignation that is currently tightening your stomach and keeping your eyes wide open in the dark. He believed that the script of his life had been hijacked by a cruel, blind, and chaotic mistake. But in the quiet, piercing clarity of his exile, at the very climax of his profound philosophical journey, the God-given light of pure wisdom entered his cell and revealed a magnificent, earth-shattering truth that completely neutralized the poison. In his veins, bitterness is not just an emotion. It is a profound, arrogant, and exhausting insult against the master architect of reality. Boethius realized that your ego tragically completely misunderstands its own position in the cosmos. When you lie in your bed and bitterly declare that things should be different, you are quietly, secretly committing a breathtaking act of intellectual arrogance. You, a finite, temporary creature who can barely remember what you ate for breakfast a week ago, and who absolutely cannot predict what the weather will do a month from now, are boldly declaring that you possess a better, more perfect blueprint for the universe than the Supreme Creator. You are looking at a single, dark, isolated brushstroke on a canvas that spans billions of light years, and you're angrily telling the master painter that he has ruined the masterpiece. Think about the profound, exhausting irony of your sleepless resentment tonight. You are violently arguing with reality, but reality is simply the physical manifestation of the divine decree. The unfolding events of the cosmos, the closing of certain doors, and the specific, unchangeable circumstances of your current life are not accidents. Not a single leaf falls from a tree. In the deepest, unseen forest, without the absolute knowledge, permission, and perfect calculation of the One. Therefore, the exact circumstance that is currently keeping you awake, the outcome you are so bitterly rejecting, was meticulously, flawlessly written into the grand, unfolding script of your existence. The heavy, crushing exhaustion in your bones. Right now is the natural, inevitable result of a finite creature trying to wage a war against the unshakable, absolute will of the infinite. You are standing on the shore of a massive ancient ocean, furiously trying to beat back the incoming tide with your bare, trembling hands. You are screaming at the heavy, dark waves, demanding that they stop exactly where you drew a fragile line in the sand. And you are absolutely deeply exhausted from the effort of fighting. A force that is infinitely larger, infinitely older, and infinitely wiser than your own anxious mind. Wisdom showed Boethius that bitterness is exactly like drinking a potent, burning poison and then sitting in the dark waiting for your enemies or the universe itself to die. The universe is absolutely unharmed by your anger. The divine decree remains completely, beautifully intact, regardless of your midnight protests. The only thing being destroyed by your bitter resistance is your own physical body, your own nervous system, and your own God-given right to rest, to find the deep, heavy, restorative sleep. Your body is desperately begging for tonight. You must radically, completely put down the cup of poison. You must willingly, consciously stop arguing with the past, and you must stop arguing with the present. The act of falling asleep is the ultimate, or biological manifestation of accepting the degree. It is the exact defining moment when you voluntarily look at the chaotic, demanding, imperfect, and sometimes painful reality of your waking life, and you intentionally choose to bow your head in absolute, unconditional surrender. It is the moment you stop demanding that the universe conform to your tiny, fragile plans, and you finally, beautifully allow your heart to conform to the massive, flawless plan of the Creator. Actively, consciously begin the physical process of ending this bitter war right now. Bring your awareness back to the tight acidic knot in the very center of your stomach. This tension is the physical anchor of your resentments. It is your body bracing against a reality it refused to accept. In the quiet theater of your mind, recognize that you are the one holding this knot tight. You are the one gripping the burning coal of what could have been. With a slow, deliberate, and deeply relieving exhalation, make the sovereign, magnificent choice to open your hands and drop the coal. Command the tight muscles of your abdomen to completely soften. Command your jaw, locked in a rigid posture of silent argument, to fall entirely slack. Swallow the heavy, sour pride in your throat. Listen to the gentle, merciful invitation of the dark room around you. The night is a vast, unjudging sanctuary, offering you the profound permission to simply stop fighting. Speak to your own racing, terrified, bitter mind in the absolute quiet of your room. Tell it, I do not possess the blueprint of the universe. I completely resign from the exhausting and the impossible job of trying to edit the script of reality. I surrender my bitter demands. I will release my desperate, exhausting need for things to be different than they exactly are in this specific fraction of time. I unconditionally, completely accept the divine decree. I trust the perfect, flawless, and infinitely loving knowledge of the one who wrote the story, and I accept my place within it. Feel the profound, rushing, physical translation of this ultimate acceptance as it washes over your tired body right now. As you align your fragile human will with the massive, unshakable decree of the Creator, the heavy, suffocating illusion of being cheated completely evaporates. You realize that you have not been robbed of a better life. You are simply being guided. Sometimes through narrow, uncomfortable passages, see toward a destination far more profound than your ego could ever imagine. The deep, agonizing tension in your chest simply melts away because you're no longer holding your breath in anger. You have opened the gates of your own resistance and the cool, soothing, incredibly heavy waters of absolute submission are rushing through your nervous system, putting out the exhausted, burning fires of your resentment. You are no longer a frantic, terrified critic, judging a masterpiece you cannot fully see. You are no longer an isolated, exhausted mind, demanding that the eternal cosmos bow to your temporary desires. You are returning to your natural, beautiful, and perfectly safe state of profound harmony. You are stepping out of the loud, demanding, terrifying friction of your own bitter arguments, and you are sinking down, deep down, on into the soft, cool, profound sanctuary of absolute trust. The universe does not need your approval. Tonight, The events of your life have been flawlessly, perfectly measured by the Supreme Architect, and He has granted you the magnificent, beautiful permission to simply rest in the absolute certainty that He knows exactly what He is doing. The dark room around you is a sacred, silent monument to your own surrender. It is a space where the chaotic, shifting fortunes of the temporal world and the painful memories of broken plans have absolutely no power to dictate your inner peace, because you have consciously, freely decided to accept them all as the perfect will of the Source. There is absolutely nothing left for you to argue against. The exhausting, bitter rebellion is completely, beautifully over. There is only the vast, sweeping, awe-inspiring presence of the infinite and the profound, heavy, beautiful silence of a consciousness that has finally, entirely yielded its demands to the Master of all things. Sink completely into the soft, welcoming gravity of your mattress, completely devoid of the heavy, dragging chains of bitterness and regret. Notice how deeply, incredibly satisfying this pure, unadulterated acceptance actually feels. It is the peace of a tired traveler who has finally stopped fighting the map, realizing that the guide has known the best route all along. You are perfectly centered. You are entirely unburdened. You are infinitely supported by the perfect wisdom of the true Sovereign. And you are beautifully, peacefully empty, perfectly ready to let the gentle, massive, irresistible tide of the universe carry you softly and deeply into a heavy, dreamless sleep, then return home. Draw your quiet, heavy awareness entirely away from the external boundaries of the room, away from the locked doors and the silent windows, and bring it deep into the very center of your own chest. As you lie here in the absolute, uninterrupted darkness, notice a profound, subtle, and incredibly ancient ache resting right beneath your ribs. It is not the sharp, frantic panic of your daily anxieties, nor is it the bitter, burning knot of your resentments. It is a quiet, heavy, hollow sensation. It is a deep, resonant longing that the events of the day, the comforts of your bed, and the temporary distractions of the waking world have completely failed to satisfy. You are lying physically perfectly still, surrounded by the familiar walls of your own house, yet your soul feels completely, so undeniably displaced. You are suffering from the crushing, impossible, and deeply agonizing burden of a profound cosmic homesickness. You are lying in the dark, utterly exhausted because your ego, the anxious, terrified false self, has spent your entire life trying to build a permanent, unshakable home in a realm that is made entirely of shifting, blowing sand. You have tried to anchor your deep need for belonging to your career, to your physical house, to your accumulation of wealth, and to the fleeting, fragile relationships you hold with other temporary human beings. You are awake tonight because no matter how much you acquire, no matter how many heavy locks you place on your front door, your magnificent, eternal consciousness still feels like an alien, wandering through a foreign land. The wise seeker, Boethius, writing from the absolute, freezing deprivation of his tiny prison cell, in Pavia, understood the terrifying hollow ache of this spiritual exile better than any man who ever lived. When he was the most powerful man in Rome, he lived in a sprawling, magnificent palace. He had a beautiful family, massive libraries, and every comfort the temporal world could possibly offer. He believed, as all men tragically do, that he was perfectly, completely home. But when the massive wheel of fortune violently turned and he was abruptly thrown into a cold, dark cell. To await his execution, his entire earthly home was instantly, violently erased. He sat in the dark, weeping not just for the loss of his physical freedom, but from the crushing, terrifying realization that he was entirely, utterly alone in a hostile universe. He felt the exact same breathless, panicked alienation that is currently keeping your eyes wide open in the dark. But in the quiet, piercing clarity of his exile, at the very peak of his profound philosophical journey, the God-given light of pure wisdom entered his cell and revealed a magnificent, earth-shattering truth that completely healed the ache in his chest. You are not an exile because you have lost your worldly comforts. You feel like an exile because the temporal world was absolutely, fundamentally never meant to be your home. Boethius realized that your ego, tragically, completely misunderstands your true origin. The false self looks at the physical body, looks at the material world, and assumes that this is all there is. It assumes that you are a physical creature who occasionally has spiritual thoughts. But wisdom showed Boethius that you are actually a profound, eternal, spiritual consciousness that is temporarily inhabiting a fragile, physical body. You are a breathtaking spark of divine light breathed into existence by the Supreme Creator, currently wrapped in a heavy, decaying coat of clay. When you try to find your ultimate peace, your ultimate safety, and your ultimate belonging in the passing, changing things of the physical world, you are exactly like a majestic, high-flying eagle trying to build a permanent nest at the bottom of a dark, crushing ocean. You are suffocating because you are trying to breathe water when you were explicitly, flawlessly designed to breathe the high, clear air of the heavens. Think about the profound, exhausting irony of your insomnia tonight. You are lying in your bed, sweating in the dark, desperately, fiercely guarding your temporary, earthly identity. You are agonizing over your reputation, your finances, and your worldly plans, completely ignoring the fact that you are merely a traveler passing through a brief, temporary hotel room. You are losing your precious, vital energy fighting with the hotel staff, rearranging the temporary furniture, and violently demanding that the walls of the hotel last for 1,000 years. The false self whispers that if you lose your grip on this temporary room, you will vanish into the void. But the quiet, ancient wisdom of the night tells you the magnificent, liberating truth. Your true home is entirely, unconditionally secure, and it is located completely outside the chaotic, spinning rim of the Wheel of Fortune. Your true home is the absolute, unchanging, and perfect presence of the one who created you. Boethius concluded that the ultimate goal of human existence and the only possible way to find true, unshakable peace is to begin the profound, beautiful process of the soul's migration. It is the conscious, deliberate decision to slowly, gently detach your heart from the heavy, dragging weights of the temporal world and to turn your internal compass entirely back toward the source. When you recognize that the physical world is merely a road and not a destination, the heavy, crushing anxiety of your daily life instantly shatters. You do not panic when the scenery on a road trip changes. You simply watch it pass, knowing that you are moving toward a permanent, welcoming destination. A heavy, crushing exhaustion in your bones right now is the natural, inevitable result of a massive, eternal spirit trying to squeeze itself into the tiny, suffocating, terrifyingly small box of a worldly identity. You are not built to be defined by your job title. You are not designed to be limited by your bank account. And the beautiful, merciful, liberating truth of this quiet night is that you absolutely do not have to be. To find the deep, heavy, restorative sleep your body is desperately begging. For tonight, you must radically, completely pack your bags. You must willingly, consciously begin the migration inward. The act of falling asleep is the ultimate biological rehearsal for the soul's return to the Creator. It is the exact, defining moment when you voluntarily drop the heavy, exhausting luggage of your waking identity, leave the chaotic, noisy streets of the temporal world, and step beautifully, effortlessly across the threshold into the infinite, quiet sanctuary of the unseen. Actively, consciously begin the physical process of this profound migration right now. Bring your awareness to the outer boundaries of your physical body. Feel the surface of your skin where it meets the air and the blankets. Your ego has used these physical boundaries all day to aggressively separate you from the rest of the universe, to define where you end and the world begins. In the quiet theater of your mind, imagine those rigid defensive boundaries beginning to beautifully, peacefully soften. With a slow, deliberate, and deeply relieving exhalation, imagine taking off the heavy, suffocating coat of your worldly identity. Let the titles you wear completely fall away. Let the name that people call you dissolve into the dark. Let the specific, terrifying history of your past and the anxious demands of your future completely detach from your physical form. Imagine dropping the heavy, rusted suitcases of your earthly attachments onto the floor of your mind. You do not need a passport for this journey. You do not need a single coin of temporal wealth to pay for this passage. You only need to be beautifully, perfectly, and completely empty. Speak to your own racing, terrified, homesick mind in the absolute quiet of your room. Tell it, I am not a permanent resident of this chaotic world. I am an eternal traveler, and I am exhausted from carrying the heavy luggage of my worldly identity. I completely resign from the exhausting, impossible job of trying to build my heaven on this temporary earth. I drop my attachments. I surrender my false self. I turn my compass inward, and I begin the quiet, beautiful migration back to the absolute peace of the One who created me. Feel the profound, rushing physical translation of this ultimate homecoming as it washes over your tired body right now. As you drop the heavy luggage of your identity, the violent vibrating friction in your nervous system completely, miraculously evaporates. The deep, agonizing tension in your legs, which have been endlessly running the exhausting rat race of the world, simply melts away, leaving them incredibly heavy and perfectly still. The tight, sensitive armor around your chest completely dissolves because you're no longer a stranger in a hostile land trying to protect your fragile heart. You have stepped off the terrifying spinning ream of the material world. You are no longer a frantic, terrified exile wandering through the dark without a map. You are no longer an isolated, exhausted mind, trying to force the temporary fragments of the earth to satisfy the infinite hunger of your soul. You are returning to your natural, beautiful, and perfectly safe state of absolute belonging. You are sliding gently, beautifully down the quiet spokes of the cosmic wheel, moving steadily and inevitably toward the profound, silent, eternal axis of the universe. The Creator does not need you to carry anything with you tonight. He only requires the quiet, unburdened presence of your true, essential self. The dark room around you is a sacred, silent threshold. It is a space where the chaotic, shifting fortunes of the temporal world have absolutely no power to reach you because you have consciously, freely decided to leave that world behind for the night. There is absolutely nothing left for you to defend. The exhausting, bitter exile is completely, beautifully over. There is only the vast, sweeping, awe-inspiring presence of the infinite standing quietly in the dark with open arms, ready to welcome you into an unshakable, flawless, and perfectly loving rest. Sink completely into the soft, welcoming gravity of your mattress, completely devoid of the heavy, dragging chains of your worldly identity. Notice how deeply, incredibly satisfying this pure, unadulterated homecoming actually feels. It is the breathtaking peace of a tired traveler who has finally, after a long and agonizing journey, walked through the front door of their true home, dropped their bags, and collapsed into the soft, familiar chair by the fire. You are perfectly centered. You are entirely unburdened. You are infinitely loved and welcomed by the perfect wisdom of the true sovereign. And you are beautifully, peacefully empty, perfectly ready to let the gentle, massive, irresistible tide of the universe carry you softly and deeply into a heavy, dreamless sleep. Entering the silence of the king, draw your quiet, profoundly heavy awareness back to the physical room for one final, gentle moment. Notice the absolute, unbroken stillness of the air resting against your face. Throughout this long, deep journey into the night, you have systematically, bravely walked through the chaotic, crowded rooms of your own mind, and you have carefully, intentionally turned off every single light. You have shut the heavy iron doors on the false goods of wealth, power, fame, and temporary pleasure. You have dismantled the agonizing, vibrating machinery of your envy, your bitterness, and your desperate need for control. You have severed the exhausting, elastic cords that tied your soul to the dead past and the unborn future. You have dropped the heavy, rusted luggage of your worldly identity onto the floor. Look at what remains. You are lying in the absolute dark, stripped of every single title, every single obligation, and every single defense. You are entirely, beautifully empty. Your physical body is a quiet, heavy, hollow vessel sinking deeply into the mattress, no longer fighting the undeniable gravity of the earth. Yet, as you rest on this ultimate threshold, hovering right on the very edge of sleep, there may be one final, microscopic thread of resistance left within you. It is the faintest, quietest whisper of the ego, terrified of the absolute silence, desperately trying to hold on to consciousness simply for the sake of remaining awake. You are facing the final, ultimate surrender. You are standing before the massive, towering doors of the absolute end of the day, and your mind is hesitating because to cross. This final threshold means to completely, entirely cease to exist as an active participant in the world. The wise seeker, Boethius, riding from the absolute, freezing deprivation of his tiny prison cell in Pavia, faced this exact, terrifying, and magnificent threshold. He was not merely facing the end of a long, exhausting day. He was facing the absolute, violent end of his earthly life. He sat in the cold dark, entirely stripped of the world, awaiting the footfalls of his executioners. But because he had walked the profound, necessary path of wisdom, because he had completely detached his soul from the spinning rim of the temporal wheel and anchored it to the unshakable center, he did not face the final door with breathless panic. He faced it with a profound, staggering, and majestic peace. In the quiet, piercing clarity of his exile, the God-given light of pure wisdom reveals the ultimate earth-shattering reality of the cosmos. The end of your temporal striving is absolutely not a plunge into a dark, empty void. It is the breathtaking, magnificent act of stepping directly into the throne room of the King. Boethius realized that the chaotic, loud, demanding world we live in is merely the outer, dusty courtyard of existence. It is the chaotic marketplace where finite creatures frantically shout, trade, argue, and desperately try to build their tiny, fragile empires. When you are awake, you are standing in this loud, exhausting courtyard, deafened by the noise of mutability and fortune. But the Supreme Creator, the Master Architect, the true sovereign of all reality does not reside in the chaotic noise of the marketplace. He resides in the absolute, infinite, perfect and unshakable silence of the inner sanctum. To approach the sovereign, to truly enter into the profound, restorative presence of the One, you cannot bring the noise of the courtyard with you. You cannot walk into the majestic, awe-inspiring silence of the throne room, shouting about your bank account, arguing about your reputation, or frantically waving the heavy, complicated blueprints of your future. The guards of the inner sanctuary are absolute stillness and total surrender. Now you must leave your words, your plans, and your very ego at the door. Think about the profound, exhausting irony of your final struggle with insomnia tonight. You are lying in your bed, desperately trying to fall asleep. You are turning sleep into a project, a goal, a final task that you must successfully execute before the morning. The false self whispers that if you just forcefully shut your brain down, if you just try a little harder to relax, you will finally conquer the night. But the quiet, ancient wisdom of the dark tells you the exact, beautiful opposite. You absolutely cannot conquer sleep, because sleep is the act of being conquered. The heavy, crushing exhaustion in your bones. Right now is the natural, inevitable result of a finite creature trying to forcefully seize the peace of the infinite. You are not built to actively manufacture your own rest. You are not designed to be the author of your own restoration. And the beautiful, merciful, liberating truth of this quiet night is that you must finally, completely give up the effort to find the deep, heavy, absolute sleep your body is desperately begging for tonight. You must radically, completely stop trying. You must willingly, consciously embrace the profound, beautiful discipline of pure passivity. The act of falling asleep is the ultimate biological bowing of the head. It is the exact defining moment when you voluntarily walk into the overwhelming, majestic silence of the King, and you realize that in the presence of the Supreme Sovereign, the only appropriate, perfect action is absolutely no action at all. Actively, unconsciously begin the physical process of this ultimate, final surrender right now. Bring your awareness to the very center of your mind, to the tiny glowing spark of your conscious control. This is the part of you that is still watching, still narrating, still waiting for the exact moment when sleep will arrive. In the quiet theater of your mind, imagine that you are standing before the massive, impossibly high doors of the King's absolute silence. The doors are gently, quietly beginning to open. Through the opening, there is no blinding light, no demanding task, and no harsh judgment. There is only a vast, incredibly heavy, beautifully cool, and infinitely comforting darkness. It is the profound, holding presence of the One who created you, and the One who has flawlessly sustained every single beat of your heart since the moment you were born. He does not need you to report on the events of your day. He does not need you to apologize for your exhaustion. He only requires you to enter and to finally completely rest. With a slow, deliberate, and deeply relieving exhalation, make the sovereign choice to step through the doors. Drop the final, microscopic thread of your conscious control. Let it snap softly without any fanfare in the dark. Stop trying to relax your muscles. Stop trying to clear your mind. Stop trying to monitor your own breathing. Simply allow yourself to be entirely, beautifully, and perfectly undone. Feel the profound, rushing, physical translation of this ultimate dissolution as it washes over your tired body right now. As you enter the silence of the King, and the final lingering vibrations in your nervous system instantly, completely flatline. The heavy, leaden weight of your bones sinks so deeply into the mattress that you can no longer tell where your physical body ends and the bed begins. The boundaries of your physical form have beautifully, peacefully melted away. The tight, sensitive armor around your chest is completely gone. Your breath is no longer something you are doing. It is simply a slow, majestic, ancient rhythm that the universe is breathing through you. You are no longer a frantic, terrified traveler, wandering through the exhausting marketplace of the world. You are no longer an isolated, exhausted mind trying to solve the impossible equations of time and space. You are no longer defending a fortress. You are no longer running a race. And you are no longer arguing with the degree of reality. You have arrived. You are returning to your natural, beautiful, and perfectly safe state of absolute, unconditional submission. You have stepped out of the loud, demanding, terrifying noise of the temporal world, and you have sunk down, deep down, into the soft, cool, profound sanctuary of the eternal. The universe does not need you to be awake anymore. The master architect has taken the heavy, complicated world entirely out of your hands, and he has granted you the magnificent, beautiful, and unshakable permission to simply cease your labor. The dark room around you is the throne room. It is a sacred, silent space where the chaotic, shifting fortunes of the wheel have absolutely no power to reach you, because you are resting perfectly at the absolute. On unmoving center of all things, there is absolutely nothing left for you to do. The long, exhausting, beautiful journey is completely, perfectly over. There is only the vast, sweeping, awe-inspiring presence of the infinite wrapping you in an unshakable, flawless, and perfectly loving silence. Sink completely, blindly, and effortlessly into the soft, welcoming gravity of this ultimate peace. Notice how deeply, incredibly satisfying this pure, unadulterated surrender actually feels. It is the peace of a soul that has finally truly remembered exactly who it belongs to. You are perfectly centered. You are entirely unburdened. You are infinitely loved and protected by the perfect wisdom of the true sovereign. And you are beautifully, peacefully empty. The curtain is falling. The heavy, merciful tide of the cosmos has arrived, and you are perfectly ready to let it carry you, softly, deeply, and completely into the profound, healing silence of a heavy, dreamless sleep.